here in a hospital room, very nice hospital where people need to rest and heal. And to have good service, we have a Wi-Fi router on the ceiling. And you can see that we are getting a significant signal from that Wi-Fi router. About 700, 800 millivolts per meter.
I've been experiencing terrible headaches while in school, which started a couple of years ago. When I go home, the headaches get better and go away, and then they are gone. But when I go back to school, my headaches return. This only happens to me in school, and I asked my friends if they get headaches when they go to school, and a bunch of them said yes, they get headaches every day. And that is why I'm here tonight to ask for your help. There are mountains of scientific studies by well-respected scientists that show Wi-Fi can cause headaches and can cause damage to developing brains, which continue to grow until you are 20 years old. So all the children, including the high schoolers, are at risk of long-term exposure. I am a straight-A student, and if Wi-Fi can disrupt and damage brain activity, then what will long-term exposure do to my developing brain? I want to get smarter with time, not dumber. I'm here to ask you to please hardwire our computers so we don't have to be exposed to microwave radiation anymore. When Ethernet or hardwiring is super easy. It's safer and gives us faster connections to the internet, which is what I do at home. My friends and I are sick of getting headaches, and we don't want it to get worse as long-term exposure has been linked to causing brain tumors and even cancer. No amount of money or convenience is worth that. I'm a kid, and I can see that it's not worth it. Please protect my friends in our schools and vote yes tonight on shutting down the Wi-Fi and go back to hardwiring our internet access. We kids would be so grateful to be able to go to a school that doesn't cause us to get sick anymore, and you would be our heroes. Thank you for your time.
Wireless radiation that they use in schools is not safe to make myself safe. I opted out, and I will continue opting out until the wireless radiation is made safer. I hope the school board meeting is listening and caring enough to make some changes.
Bill 649. Right now I will tell you the story of how wireless radiation affects my life. We started to get familiar with the dangers of wireless radiation when I started taking French lessons at Mitchell Park Library. On the second floor where I took my lessons, there are 7 wireless routers on the ceiling and many people using wireless laptops. It was there that I felt like a volcano was erupting in my heart. My mom took me to the doctor and he did several tests on my heart. He said that everything was normal on my test, so he could not explain why I have my chest pain, but this happens every time I go to Mitchell Park Library and even sometimes at school where we have wireless routers in the classrooms. We need to stop SB 649 or more kids just like me will get affected. Thank you for listening.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ann Lee. I'm here to speak in opposition to SB 649. I attended medical school at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio and completed residency at Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California.
Would you mind speaking up just a little bit so that everyone can hear?
Sure.
Thank you.
Where I did my research and published papers in traumatic brain injury. Afterward, I accepted an academic position with Stanford Medical Center and was attending of the Polytrauma Traumatic Brain Injury Unit at VA Palo Alto Healthcare System, where I continued my research in traumatic brain injury. My recent focus has expanded to include treatment of neuromuscular pain and chronic inflammatory syndromes. As a medical doctor, I have read peer-reviewed papers and other studies from within the over 20,000 well-established scientific studies on the bioeffects of radiofrequency microwave radiation, and do testify that microwave radiation, such as that from the wireless facilities to be deployed by SB 649, have been shown to cause neurological damage, cardiac dysfunction, reproductive harm, immune compromise, and cancer. Our body's function is dependent on the cellular electrical stability of its organs. and this bill would maximize California residents' exposure to high-intensity electromagnetic wavelengths that are foreign to the body. Therapeutic radiation, such as pulse-modulated electromagnetic frequencies used for medical purposes, are dose and time limited for a reason, because prolonged exposure will cause more harm than good. Exposure to microwave radiation without cessation, while lacking consent, and contrary to the will of the people, will harm everyone in violation of the protection of safety guaranteed by the California Constitution. To vote for this bill would be making a grave mistake.
Thank you.
Now employing 180,000 people.
5G.
Huge spending on research means Huawei claim they're now around 18 months ahead of any other 5G manufacturer. And that includes not just getting faster and faster data speeds, but also dealing with the problems that come from higher performance.
So this is Huawei's 5G wireless base station. So normally in 5G, the power is around 1,000 watts.
And how much bigger is that than a 4G base station?
I think in 4G base station, normally the average power is 300 watts.
300. And
yeah.
this is...
So it's 3 times larger.
So this uses 3 times as much power?
Yeah.
So it gets hotter?
Yeah, it's much hotter.
Primary finding in these studies was an increased incidence in malignant schwannomas of the heart in male rats. And Dr. Sesta will talk about this at great length in his talk. I don't want to steal much of his thunder, but this is a picture of the lesion that occurs right here and throughout here. The other thing that was observed here in the 2-year study that, as I mentioned, was also observed in the 14-day study is that we saw an increase in this right ventricular cardiomyopathy. And again, this is something that Dr. Sesta will talk about in further detail in his talk. But we did see that this was a statistically significant increase that occurred at the 3 and the 6 watt per kilogram exposures. This occurred both in males as well as females. Obviously, this occurred to a much lesser extent, but the background rate of this lesion seems to be lower in females as well. So this demonstrates then that the heart is likely is a target organ of RFR exposure.
But we're going to focus over here on the right ventricle. And these arrows are identifying regions where there's a loss of some cardiomyocytes. Again, here's a normal right ventricle for comparison. But over here we see some shrunken cardiomyocytes here. And there's a few inflammatory cells scattered throughout here. And this was pretty typical of what we saw in this study for cardiomyopathy in the right ventricle. Obviously, some of the lesions were more extensive and extended farther down into the myocardium. Other animals had more foci, but this was fairly typical of what we saw.
Rick Adler. So a question now about the heart. I'm flagged by the incidence of right ventricular cardiomyopathy. And I'm comfortable in short-term toxicology studies that the left ventricular wall is more commonly affected with this. And so is it also true for 2-year studies in NTP's hands that the left ventricle is more the predominant site of spontaneous cardiomyopathy? You're nodding, but that's not going on the record, so I want you to verbally say, yes, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly more prevalent and more obvious in the left ventricle.
It does occur in the right, but
yeah.
This study brings out that there's a preponderance of right ventricular cardiomyopathy occurring in males and also in females, which females tend to not have the spontaneous disease.
But we did see that this was a statistically significant increase that occurred at the 3 and the 6 watt per kilogram exposures. This occurred both in males as well as females. Obviously, this occurred to a much lesser extent, but the background rate of this lesion seems to be lower in females as well. So this demonstrates then that the heart is likely is a target organ of RFR exposure.
So So here is a rather large neoplasm occupying roughly a quarter of this section of the brain. And there's also some tissue destruction down here caused by the neoplasm. This neoplasm was large enough that on the next adjacent section we could still see it. And here we can see it's still rather large as well. And you can see the indistinct margins of this lesion. You can't really tell where it ends. You just see fewer and fewer cells the farther away you get. And at some point, there's where that last cell is hard to tell. So this right here's the perivascular cuffing, which I have higher magnification of. Here you go. You can see these neoplastic cells clustering around the blood vessel and up here as well. And here I have a higher magnification. You can see also the pleomorphic nature of these cells. Some are a little bit larger and have more cytoplasm with slightly more open nuclei. Some are smaller and have darker nuclei and less cytoplasm. That's very typical of these neoplasms. And here's an example of meningeal invasion. We have the leptomeninges out here, and these neoplastic cells are just invading through the meninges along the surface of the brain.
Piner Road in Santa Rosa, California, about a half a mile west of Marlow, and we're in this apartment complex. And about a year ago, Verizon placed a close proximity small cell phone tower on this telephone pole. It's a 2-foot Amphenol antenna, but it is only 25 feet off of the ground. So we're going to measure the electric current in the air from this wireless technology. We have an acousticom meter here, which measures the electric radiation from 200 megahertz to 8 gigahertz, and we have another meter here made by X-Tech, which measures microwave radiation from 50 megahertz to 3.5 gigahertz, which is what we're running on for our 4G technology. This is a 4G LTE cell phone tower. It's not 5G yet, but one thing to know is that once telecom companies get their equipment on the pole, they can switch to 5G antenna overnight. There's no one or nothing to stop them, okay? So we were just down on Marlow Road, about a mile away, and for a long stretch, we were at very low levels of microwave radiation from wireless technology in the air. We're at about 7 millivolts per meter. Once we came up about a quarter mile, the levels quickly rose right next to the cell phone tower. And here we are, right next to these apartments. And we are sitting here at 3,000 to 4,000 millivolts per meter. And we took readings 300 yards down this parking lot here, passing several apartments, and the levels remain at above 1,000 millivolts per meter the entire time here. This is a smaller antenna, but it's putting out even higher levels here at ground level because it's so low hanging. I would definitely not want to be living in these apartments or these townhomes or anywhere in the close vicinity of the cell phone tower. If you're a resident of Santa Rosa, remember that this is just phase 1 of these small cell phone towers in. There have been about 40 installed in Santa Rosa, but this is the first 40 of potentially 500 to 1,000 small cells all over the neighborhoods. So I encourage people to speak up, talk to your city council, let people know that we do not want these small cell phone towers in front of our homes, in residential neighborhoods, or anywhere near schools. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Thomas Gifford. I live over here on Goose Hill Road in Cold Spring Harbor. I apologize for the outfit. I just came from something with my son. There's no way I'm going to convince you guys of anything in 3 minutes. So I've never met anybody here before. I've never done this before, but I feel like I had to take a day off work and come down here. I work in tech in New York. I work for a big enough company that I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I hang out with some of them. About a month ago, this is a subject that I've never cared about. About a month ago, I had dinner with one of the smartest people I know, and he said he's moving out of New York. And I say, why? This guy named Steve. And he says 5G. Never heard the buzzword. Okay, what are you talking about? I know enough to be scared with the hour conversation I had. And again, I'm not going to convince you guys in 3 minutes of what some other people are talking about, or all that Verizon can come to you guys and say, hey, here's the tech. All I can say to you is this. I know enough to know that 5G doesn't matter right now. It's for self-driving cars. It's for automation. It could be the future. Short milliwave technology could be it. We don't know. It's not needed right now. No one needs to download Avengers on your phone while you're driving through Huntington or Cold Spring Harbor. We can't stop it from going into New York. You can't stop it from going into big metropolises. It's going to happen. I have no idea what the state of it is in our area. I just know kind of what I've heard. I'm new to the area. If it's true, this is not the place for it. Again, you have wireless at your house. You have LTE. The technology for this is spooky. This is the real deal. This person I trust is not some kooky conspiracy person or anything like that. Nothing against that, but this is not that. This is somebody who is a legend in the industry of pretty big broadcasting, and Google, early person pioneer of that. And he's spooked because of what he knows. Or just, so anyway, my only thing to you guys is to do the literature. People that work with you, whoever, please do not trust studies that are put out by the people who want it to be put out. Trust the fact that these things take time to know what they do. These are the scanners at the airport that they scan your body in. That's it. That's short milliwave technology. I'm not going to put things up here and explain it to you. They don't let kids through that. And now you want these things turned on 24 hours a day, nonstop, every 500 feet. So we can what? Watch a movie when you don't, it's nothing. It's for automation. We're so far away from self-driving cars. Even if the tech gets there, the ethics of it, we're never going to do this in the next decade. We don't need this technology right now, especially in this area. Let it go to New York. Let them figure that out. Anyway, that's all my point. Please do the research. Please, 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 before you put these things up and, put a lot of people at risk, in my opinion. Thank you, guys.
Transmitters of microwave or radio frequency radiation used to be really rare and distant objects like broadcasting towers or radar towers until recent decades. And from about 1980s mostly, these microwave emitters started coming into our homes in the forms of microwave ovens or cordless phones, and then the mobile phone became a life companion. And particularly over the last 10 years, we have a situation where microwave emitters are intimately, in our with contact, and or even on the bodies of young children, as you can see. This is unfortunately in a background of scientific evidence of harm, which has been largely ignored purely for economic interests. I urge you all to have a look at this site if you haven't already. The International EMF Scientists appeal to the World Health Organization and the UN, where 247 experts from 42 countries have petitioned for immediate measures for public health protection from artificial man-made electromagnetic fields. And I happen to be one of these 247 experts on this matter. Now, the current exposure regulation is not going to protect you from anything other than short-term heating effects. You don't have to just, believe what I say. This is a letter from the US EPA confirming what I just said. They cannot protect you from long-term effects or chronic effects, or any effects other than heating, tissue heating. It's not a surprise at all that these man-made electromagnetic fields interfere with life. We are all complex electrochemical beings. Bioelectricity drives every form of life on Earth. And this bioelectricity has been utilized by both Eastern and Western medicine for centuries. And, for example, when you do an ECG, you're looking at the electrical activity of the heart muscle. And an EEG looks at the electrical activity of the brain. Now, it's important to highlight that this bioelectricity at cellular level, I'm talking to not cellular phones, but the cells that we are made up of. At a cellular level, bioelectricity is generated by specialized, highly sophisticated proteins called ion channels or transporters, which regulate the electrical activity of the cell by moving in highly coordinated manner charged species, ions. And a lot of pharmaceutical drugs target these ion channels and transporters, and some of them have become blockbuster drugs, generating over $1 billion in revenue per year. And that's an indication for the importance of bioelectricity in human health. Now, so what evidence do we have when we say that mobile phone radiation or wireless radiation from Wi-Fi, baby monitors, the whole lot? What evidence do we have that it can interfere with our biological functions? Now, here's one fine example from the National Institutes of Health, USA. High quality study done on 47 healthy participants. Now, when the brain was exposed to standard mobile phone type radiation, there was a very clear a change in the brain glucose metabolism. In just 50 minutes, you can see these are PET scans, and with the exposure here, you can see the darker, the sort of yellow-orange shows that increased glucose metabolism. Now, that shows that the brain cells are getting activated, but we don't know what this means in the long term, but there's a lot of studies, literally thousands of peer-reviewed studies that most of which indicate potential adverse health outcomes. Now, when we look at the human, not just human, an animal, typical animal cell, or similar structure in plants as well, these are extremely sophisticated, complex structures with lots of different parts. These are the mitochondria that are the powerhouses in your cells, and the nucleus containing our genetic material in DNA. There is evidence that all these components are affected by electromagnetic radiation from wireless devices. Now, I looked, with the help of my colleagues at ORSA, the Oceania Radio Frequency Scientific Advisory Association, a non-profit focused on investigating the scientific evidence of man-made radio frequency radiation. We investigated and presented in 2017 the evidence from 242 studies from 29 countries, pardon me, that investigated if wireless radiation could, pardon me, if wireless radiation could cause oxidative stress. And 89% found positive data, some even in humans, showing clear damage to even our DNA. And this is the type of evidence that we cannot ignore, although they are largely being ignored. Now, so when we put all the pieces of evidence together, what we see is that wireless radiation causes multi-system dysfunction by causing oxidative stress and reduce, and also interfering with various chemical production in our body, like this melatonin, a vital hormone, and interfering with immune functions, hormonal functions, etc., causing multi-system dysfunction. And this leads to accelerated aging and chronic diseases like cancer. The evidence is very strong. Now, here's one example of DNA damage caused by wireless radiation. I will not go into details, but this is simply, if we have a cell with intact DNA, you see something like this. So this is without a DNA damaging agent exposure. And here we have the positive control with the known exposure, with an exposure that's known to cause DNA damage, in this case, a very high dose of ionizing radiation. And what happens is, when the DNA is physically damaged or fragmented, those fragmented, bits and pieces, pieces of DNA forms what's like a tail of a comet, hence this assay being called the comet assay. And look what happens when the scientists treated these cells with mobile phone radiation. They actually did. I mean, this was done as a European Union funded study, a large study called Reflex, that was in many different centers, and this particular set of experiments was conducted at the Medical University of Vienna. And what they found, they were surprised to find this direct evidence of DNA damage, but this has been confirmed in many studies subsequently. So wireless radiation can damage our DNA. Now, here's the latest snapshot of the World Cancer Map. The brighter, the darker the blue, the higher the cancer rate. So this is the new cancer diagnosis rate, or the incidence rate. As you can see at a glance, one does not need to be an expert at all. One can see that the developed Western societies are the cancer hotspots in the world. And unfortunately, where, my country, Australia, has the highest cancer incidence rate out of 185 countries in the world. Not a good statistic. Now, there are a large number of studies that show that increased exposure to wireless radiation or radiofrequency radiation is a risk factor in cancer. Now, I want to share just one study from Brazil where they looked at over 7,000 cancer deaths and mapped those deaths to the city's mobile phone towers. And what they found was very, very clear evidence of increasing cancer death rate closer to mobile phone towers. As you can see, this elevated risk took a long distance to come to the expected rate. But this type of study, these are epidemiological studies, they do not provide, although they are very useful, that wouldn't tell us, that can't really say that the radiation caused those cancers. But, if you are looking for a bit of like a smoking gun, this is from a study where doctors in America reported unusual multiple primary breast cancers in young women who carried the cell phones tucked in their bras, and these women didn't have any other risk factor. And these are, we have to look at this this type of evidence along with the other lines of evidence. And just to quickly go through, now you can access these slides and the references, so do not try to, grasp. I have to just flick through them quickly. Just some examples of studies. Now, 21 studies out of 27 that investigated if radiofrequency radiation can cause sperm damage, found damage. So it's time to take wireless devices away from reproductive organs, not just boys. It applies to girls as well. Their eggs are precious. We need to protect them. And now, apart from the physical damage like DNA damage, there's very strong evidence of neurological damage leading to neurobehavioral diseases, disorders, and poor cognitive outcomes. The nervous system, the nerve cells, are most sensitive to this type of to wireless radiation. And there's substantial evidence showing that people who are exposed to this type of radiation have a higher risk of developing neurobehavioral symptoms. And these studies come from different countries where neurobehavioral symptoms and increased prevalence of these symptoms have been found near fixed microwave transmitters, mobile base stations, military radar, or broadcast towers. And in the last one in Spain, this was actually, that showed it was done on boys age 10, and there were adverse cognitive effects and sort of anxiety type disorders in children with high levels of residential radiofrequency radiation. Now, with that, given what I've presented, I let you ask the question, or, answer my question, Wi-Fi versus wired, which is wise? Thank you.
Is a GP at Northern Environmental Counselling Technical. I'm speaking today to recommend the Council suspend rollout of 5G in Whangarei until such time as the health effects of 5G are known. To date, there are thousands of studies on the effect of microwave exposure, which is the exposure from cell phones, cell towers, and wireless devices. The majority of the non-nuclear industry-sponsored studies show evidence of biological harm. This harm includes the following: increased rates of brain cancer with prolonged cell phone use. Studies show 30 minutes for 10 years increases the risk of glioma, which is a malignant brain tumour, by 40% or more. The current studies are unlikely to estimate the long-term risk. Brain cancers have a long latency period of about 30 years. This means the time from exposure to cancer is long, and we're likely to see a rise in brain cancer in years to come. Another effect is a reduction in sleep quality related to the reduction in secretion of melatonin. And there is also a reduction in sperm count and sperm function with standard cell phone and laptop use. There are clear mechanisms by which microwave exposure causes biological harm. These include breakages to DNA, an increased oxidative stress, and damage to cell membranes. These biological effects are occurring well within the levels we're exposed to on a day-to-day basis. I also want to address the area of electrosensitivity. We see electrosensitive patients at our practice who are well aware that they are more unwell when exposed to microwave radiation. But these patients are the tip of the iceberg. This is because the early symptoms of electrosensitivity are very non-specific and include headaches, fatigue, insomnia, ringing in the ears, and heart rhythm abnormalities. Our exposure to microwave radiation has increased 1,000-fold in the past 20 years and is increasing constantly. It is likely that we will see an increasing number of people with electrosensitivity. What is even more concerning for me is that babies and children are much more susceptible to the impacts of microwave radiation. One area of concern is the area of autistic spectrum disorder, rates of which have increased dramatically in the past 20 years. It has coincided with a rise in both chemical exposures and microwave exposure. Dr. Hebert is a pediatric neurologist and clinical researcher at Harvard University, specialising in autism. She documents biological plausibility and mechanisms by which electromagnetic field exposure may contribute to tipping the developing brain of genetically vulnerable infants into autism. Studies in this area are sparse, as it would be unethical to expose pregnant women or infants to increased levels of electromagnetic fields. However, this is what we are unthinkingly doing as a society. The rollout of 5G is concerning on the following levels. The frequencies used are higher frequencies, which have not been tested, but which scientists in this field consider may cause increased biological harm. The push to 5G also encourages consumers to buy into the Internet of Things, which will increase exposures within the home above current levels. Government has not provided leadership in this area. Dr. Mary Redmayne, who is a researcher at Victoria University in the area of electromagnetic fields, calls the current New Zealand exposure standards inadequate. She recommends a 3 to 5 year delay in the rollout of 5G and the commission of an independent inquiry into its effects on humans, insects and plants. At present, the rollout of these technologies is controlled by the telecommunications industry, not by public consensus or by government. The rollout of 5G is potentially a significant risk to people's health. Therefore, I recommend Council suspend the rollout of 5G in Whangarei. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Heather.
Okay, we're here in front of Montgomery High School in Santa Rosa, California, right in front of the administration. These are all classrooms here. And interesting fact, a couple of years ago, actually, if you go on the city records, parents at Montgomery High School denied a telecom company to put a cell phone tower on their football field for obvious reasons. And about a year ago, Verizon made a deal with the city and placed a cell phone tower on the right-of-way, public right-of-way, on the PG&E telephone pole right in front of the school without any notification to the parents or the administration at the school. And you can see here that that cell phone tower, which looks kind of small, they call it a small cell, but really isn't very small, is putting off quite a bit of radiation. And we're pretty close underneath this tower, and it's actually higher the further out you get as it falls down, but we're still sitting here at about 1 volt per meter, 700 millivolts per meter, and you can hear this radiation coming. If you back up a little bit here, like I told you, it goes even higher. Closer to the classrooms now, we're at 1.5 volts per meter squared, or per meter, and you can just hear this monstrosity. It's exposing these kids to microwave radiation from this cell phone tower right in front of school constantly, and I think it would be wise for the parents to know and the administration to try to do something about this to protect the safety of these students. We are on the corner of Farmers Lane and Montgomery Drive, right in front of St. Eugene's Church, and in front of us here we have a quote-unquote small cell phone tower installed by Verizon about a year ago. It's a 4-foot amphenol antenna on the top, putting out microwave radiation 24/7. And you can see from the meter here, the levels are insanely high. We're here about 100 yards away, and it's putting out about 2,000 millivolts per meter. That's about 2.1 now, 2.3 volts per meter. You can see on the acousticom on the left how high it is. You considering background normal levels are about 4 millivolts per meter. This is now 1,300, 1,500 to 2,000 millivolts per meter. Right in front of the church, the school, Acre Coffee, Montgomery Village, nice neighborhood across the street. Definitely a hazard. Shouldn't be there. Here we are in Rohnert Park, California, and we are in front of North Bay Media Company, and they have a large macro cell phone tower on their property, and it is surrounded by many beautiful apartments. These ones are now leasing. A lot of families, people moving in here soon. Thousands of people in this close vicinity. We're going to take the readings of microwave radiation. These cell towers in the air here. And we're sitting at about 2,100 millivolts per meter. And this is happening 24/7, 365, exposing hundreds of people in your vicinity. I'm not saying that this technology is going to kill you overnight, but the long-term effects from chronic exposure to this type of electricity in the air is, it's a little scary to think about what the consequences could be. So, food for thought. All right, we're here in Rincon Valley, Santa Rosa, California, right next to Maria Carrillo High School. And what we have here is a quote-unquote small cell phone tower right underneath it, placed right next to the school. Very strategically paced by Verizon to sell a lot of data to kids on their phones. This tower is turned on, and we are directly underneath the tower, and we're reading at about 600 millivolts per meter, which is measuring the high-frequency electric current that is being given off by that cell phone tower. These are not Geiger counters. It is not ionizing radiation. We're at over 600 millivolts per meter, and according to building biologists, which are really the experts at measuring this, that's a hazardous level. So just important to realize that the safety standards have been set by the FCC. They are based on the thermal effects of microwave radiation. There have been hundreds, even thousands of studies since the 90s when these antiquated safety standards were put in place that show that biological harm occurs at levels below thermal effects. So this is safe because it doesn't burn you according to our government's safety standards. However, again, these are outdated and need to be renewed because levels at 600 millivolts, standing right underneath the tower here, it's probably higher as the radiation actually falls down onto the school, at other parts of the school, is unhealthy. And if you do a little Google search on health effects of microwave radiation, you will easily learn that. Thank you. All right, here we are driving right by Montgomery Village. I don't even know the name of the street, but Heyman Drive here, right? This is Montgomery High School is on this road here coming up. We're measuring microwave radiation. Pretty low levels here. We're at 20 millivolts per meter in the car. We don't have a cell phone. They're all on airplane mode. The camera we're using is a phone. It's on airplane mode. Very low levels, and we're coming up to Montgomery High School where Verizon in the city placed a quote-unquote small cell phone tower, and you can hear the acousticom now jumping up here, and if you film up ahead here, you see the small cell tower. We're going to drive right up to it, and you'll see the levels skyrocketing. Right below the tower here, we're at about 1,000 mil. Okay, we're here on Link Lane in Santa Rosa, California, and we are in front of a Verizon quote-unquote small cell phone tower placed by Verizon about a year ago. What you have on the bottom of the pole there is a big radio and power source, and on the top you have the 4-foot Amphenol antenna that puts out signals 360 degrees. I knew the lady who used to live in front of that house on the other side of the fence there, right in front of the pole, right behind the pole, and she fought rigorously to oppose getting this place in front of her home, and she obviously lost that battle, and she eventually sold the house and no longer lives there. We took measurements at this site prior to the antenna being installed, and it was very low levels of microwave radiation. It was about 5 millivolts per meter, which was plenty enough to make a phone call and a text message, and we have that documented. So here we are today, turn our meters on, and we are sitting at about 14 to 1500 millivolts per meter right underneath this tower here, and much higher, many times, 100 times higher than it used to be. And you see, as we walk away a little bit from this tower, we continue to have high readings. We're about 900 millivolts per meter, 600. And if we place a shielding material in front of the meter, you can see that it goes down significantly. So we're at about 150, 190 millivolts per meter. The acousticom, you can see, is lower, and if we remove the shielding material, we shoot right back up to about 500-600 millivolts per meter. Definitely a hazardous level for these people in this neighborhood. We have an elementary school right on the other side of these homes, getting very good cell phone coverage, just so the kids have the access to stream videos at school, just what every parent wants. So yeah, unfortunately this neighborhood lost the battle, trying to get the small cell opposed and not put in here, but it is here, and it is sending off very strong microwave radiation. Okay, we're going to take a look at how a cell phone measures and behaves. We're on airplane mode with 2 meters next to the cell phone. All other wireless technology in the house is unplugged or on airplane mode. I've opted out of the smart meter. We're picking up some residual levels from my neighbors' Wi-Fi's and mobile phones and smart meters, but we remain at a steady below 10 millivolt level. When we turn the phone off of airplane mode, the phone is going to jump up to max power several times in order to update all of the apps, emails, Instagram, Facebook, and the like. We jump up to levels as high as 7-8 volts per meter for very short durations, and we're around 2-1 volts, so that's, how many, 1 volt is 1,000 millivolts. Okay, so I use those terms interchangeably. And when updated, it'll drop back down to baseline levels, but every few seconds the phone will send off a signal to communicate with the nearest cell phone tower, which is about a mile away from here. And you will see that happen there. So even when not in use, every few seconds the cell phone will send off a signal, usually between 1 and 3 volts in close range. So remember that the small cell phone towers that you see on the street, those are exposing your body to comparable levels as close range to the cell phone level, but that is 24/7, and that is exposing your entire body. These are exposing whatever body part is closest to the phone to these levels. So that's pretty high there, 7 volts per meter. Even when not in use here, the cell phone is jumping up pretty high. Okay, we're going to turn this back on. We'll see what happens when we go use the internet. And search for phone. And we are again jumping up to around 5 volts per meter, that's 5,000 millivolts. Okay. And when we go off of airplane mode again, it'll jump up for a second in order to just kind of get ready to go to sleep. and it has now shut off the signal, and we are back down to baseline levels. Airplane mode is a great tool to use, especially for your kids when you don't need to be transferring data through the air at nighttime, whenever it's in your pocket or close to your body and you're not needing to transmit. Airplane mode is a great tool. Okay. So what's the solution to this? Well, we all need to use our cell phones. I have a cell phone. I use it, I admit. But we as consumers can demand safer technology. And safer technology would be to wire your phone. And there's no reason that when you're at home or in the workplace, in high-use areas like on your couch or in your bedroom or even in the bathroom, we can demand from Comcast and AT&T and Verizon to have wired technology. We can plug in our phone to a very small, convenient wire to transfer data over Ethernet or fiber optics. And wired technology is faster, it is safer, and it is much better for our environment. If you think about how cell phones and wireless technology work, is the cell phone towers in your phone are spraying electricity in the air. Cell phone towers are hoping that a speck is caught by your mobile device, but it is a huge waste of fossil fuels and electricity. So that is another thing to think about. So again, I think consumers should be aware that cell phone radiation is at least potentially harmful. I believe that it is absolutely harmful for us, and we can demand safer technology. So anyhow, I hope this was informative and gave you some perspective, and thank you. We are here in front of my Wi-Fi router, and the Wi-Fi router is on, and you can hear from the meters, the Wi-Fi router puts out a very distinct sound. It sounds kind of like a machine gun, like rapid fire. So having these acoustic meters can be pretty handy when you're trying to find sources of EMF radiation, like from your neighbors or in schools or whatnot. Cell towers and mobile phones and baby monitors and cell phones all kind of put out their own unique sound. If you get closer, you can see that the signal quickly raises up, and we're right next to it at about 2,500 millivolts, and inverse square law quickly goes down. We are now probably about 8 feet away to about 400 millivolts, still higher than you'd want to be. I suggest having these things far away as possible to still get a signal when they're in use, and to turn them off at night when you're not using them. That is just common sense. It's better for our environment, and you're not living in this type of electromagnetic environment in your own home. If you think that having these on the ceilings above kids in school is a good idea, you are mistaken. This is very bad for their nervous system, especially young kids. And to me, there is no wonder why mental health problems are skyrocketing amongst our youth. Anxiety, depression, violent behavior, attention deficit problems, the list goes on, because just as this meter sensor picks up the electric current in the air, your child's electrons and brain cells and neurotransmitters are doing the same. They are still able to function, but it is dysfunctional. So what that means is it's functioning at less than optimal levels, and these are hazardous. Simply turning off, unplugging, turns it off, and here we are in good, safe environment. We are here in Santa Rosa, California, off of Guerneville Road, in front of these two very large macro cell phone towers. They are on the property of this power electric substation, and several antennas on top. And we are here actually right in front of a preschool, and I drive by this place often, almost every day, and there are often many children playing in this playground. The levels of microwave radiation in the air from these cell phone towers are steady 600 to 800 millivolts per meter, so about 0.7 volts per meter. You can see here, if I turn my body, my body will shield some of the electric radiation from the cell phone towers, and as I turn back around, it goes back up about double. So, not trying to frighten anybody or say that their children should not go to a preschool next to a cell phone tower. I am simply raising awareness of the electric radiation in the air given off by this wireless technology, and I think people should be aware of it, and they can make their own decisions on whether this is safe for them and their family. Okay, we are here at Spring Lake Village off of Montgomery Drive, and we're in front of a small cell phone tower placed on that PG&E utility pole. And Spring Lake Village is right behind us here. You can see their upstairs apartments within probably 50 yards of that tower. And the levels of microwave radiation at this particular spot are about 800 to 900 millivolts per meter. And I'm certain that the upstairs apartment is much higher just because of the angle of the cell phone tower. So Spring Lake Village, small cell phone tower, is definitely turned on. What we are looking at here is a typical ceiling Wi-Fi router. These are now often placed above children in classrooms, in hospital rooms above patients, and in many common workplaces to boost Wi-Fi signal. So here we are. We were probably about 6 feet away from this router, and we are at levels of microwave radiation. This router is probably putting out 2.45 gigahertz, is a common frequency for Wi-Fi. So that is 2.45 billion waves per second. That is high frequency microwave radiation. As we get closer to the router, we get above 1,000 millivolts, about 3 feet away from the router. As we back up now, we are about 20 feet away from the router and getting levels a little under 100 millivolts, peaking once in a while just below 200. Back a little further. So distance is our friend with these things. If you are forced to spend long periods of time, try to distance yourself far enough away to reduce signal strength. That will depend on the power of the Wi-Fi router, but definitely within a few feet of these things is not a good place to be. If I was a child sitting in a classroom, I would not want to be directly under the router like I am here at about 800 millivolts above many countries' safety limits, and I am about 6 feet away from the router with the meter here. And to show you that in this building, our normal background levels are very low. We are about 30 feet away from the router in the background, and you see the meter here is only at 6 millivolts. So quite a bit different than it is close to that Wi-Fi router. We are here on Brush Creek Road, and there's a small cell phone tower placed on that utility pole in front of us. And there are several homes around this area. You're close to across the street, or in someone's parking lot here, basically. And the levels of microwave radiation from that tower are lower than most other small cells. We're here at ground level at about 300 to 400 millivolts. So one of the lower ones that we have seen so far, but still much higher than it was before the cell phone tower was placed on the pole. We are here in a backyard, and this fence separating the two homes that are next door to each other has a fine metal mesh, like screen mesh, attached to the fence all the way up and down for shielding purposes. Now, you can see here from the meters that the neighbors have some wireless technology. And we are here above the fence at about 160 millivolts. Not too high, but higher than we would want if you were in this backyard. So as we go below the metal wire, metal now blocks electromagnetic radiation and reflects it. You can see that it drops back down to a very nice low range of 10 millivolts per meter. Then we go up above the metal mesh on the fence, and we raise back up now to the 270, 240 millivolts per meter. Again, back down below the mesh, and it drops back down to 10 millivolts. So the mesh is blocking a large portion of the EMFs coming from, as you can hear from the acousticom, this neighbor has two things going. You can hear, put this down, you can hear two things in the background. The rapid fire, you can kind of hear it. It's a little more faint, but it kind of sounds like a helicopter. That is the Wi-Fi. And the more long, drawn-out beat, the is actually a mobile phone deck, so a cordless phone for the house. So that's what we're picking up from this neighbor. And below the mesh, drops down significantly. So this is an effective way to shield in this particular instance. Shielding can be tricky because you're getting sources from multiple directions, and you can actually make things worse for you as they reflect back into you if they're coming from the opposite direction. So measuring with shielding is key to make sure that it's working properly. Again, this is a simple, effective way to shield your backyard from unwanted Wi-Fi and other electric smog from wireless technology. We are here on 4th Street, almost to Farmers Lane, a little bit west, and we're in front of a 4-foot Infinal antenna cell phone tower on that telephone pole. And this cell phone tower is turned on. We are getting readings around 1600 as we move a little closer here. About 15-ish hundred millivolts. On the acousticom here, you see we're running between 1 and 3 volts, so consistent measurements using the same units. Again, this cell phone tower is on and working well. Okay, we are looking here at a wireless Bluetooth headset with the Bluetooth earpiece docked in the station. I'm in an office and I have unplugged about 4 or 5 other wireless devices, and the room is at a relatively low level. You can hear we're picking up the building's Wi-Fi in the background. That is that choppy helicopter-like sound. When I go and actually plug in the dock to the Bluetooth, you will see we go way up and peak above 10 volts. That's 10,000 millivolts until we reach a plateau and resting level of a little over 1,000 millivolts. When I remove the Bluetooth from the dock goes way, way up, and it remains very, very high until I actually turn on the Bluetooth device. And then it goes back down to its normal resting level of about 1,000 millivolts right next to the dock. It will remain this high the entire time the Bluetooth is away. So important to remember that with things like mobile phones in your home and Bluetooth devices, the dock actually puts off a significant amount of EMFs as well. And here we are far enough away from the deck or the base station to get lower readings, and I'm actually holding the Bluetooth in my hand behind my back to keep it away from the meters. It is on, and when I bring it towards the meter, right where my head would be, we're getting levels of about 800 to 900 millivolts. Again, I take it away. And again, Now I've tested this earpiece, and whether the phone is being used or not, the levels remain the same.
So much, Ms. Soya. Folks, Dr. Wong, followed by Deborah. I apologize, there's no last name.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak about this. I don't think I'm going to be as eloquent as some of my speakers who have been very prepared for this meeting. I'm a surgeon here in town. I have very serious concerns about a pole being erected on, or an antenna being erected on a PG&E pole about 25 feet from my bedroom window, and exposing myself and my family to continuous radio frequency energy. The data is not clear. There are FCC regulations in terms of the exposure, but the data is not clear that this is safe. And I have very serious concerns that there really isn't any regulation. There's nothing, it appears to me, that we can do about this. It's up to Verizon to decide where to place these poles. PG&E can't say anything about it. It sounds like we can't say anything about it. I'm just going to be exposed, and my family, just because Verizon decided that's where we're going to put a small cell tower.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Deborah, followed by Pat Parker.
Okay, we were looking here at a Apple smartwatch, and it is currently on airplane mode. Go ahead and switch it on, please. Nice. Can you make a text? So it's all right. It's still somewhat saying this. Cool. All right. So about 800 to 1,000 millivolts. Cool. Now go ahead and switch on airplane mode again, please. The watch helps you out quite a bit.
A bit.
Super smart.
It's very smart.
It's worth having that on your wrist, the EMS.
It was a gift.
Okay, we are looking here at a bank of smart meters on an apartment complex. Now, these smart meters were supposedly only supposed to transmit frequency only periodically, but that is not the case. These things shoot off signals pretty continuously, and we run into real big trouble when we have a bank of them like this on a wall. And just imagine if you were the unlucky person that had their bedroom on the other side of this wall in an apartment complex. And there are thousands and thousands of people who have had that happen to them over the past 5, 6, 7 years with the introduction of smart meters. So here we are with our electromagnetic meters, and we're just going to see how these things behave. Shot off there. Shot off there. 8 volts peaked. 7 volts peaked. 7 volts. 9 volts peaked. 9 volts. 12 volts peak. 11 volts peak. So, very high levels of microwave radiation blasting out of this wall of smart meters. I feel sorry for anyone who has the unfortunate luck of having these near them and where they live. So we're here on Calistoga Road in Monteverde in front of this Verizon small cell phone tower. And again, these lower, smaller antennas are consistently much more powerful at ground level because they're only about 25 feet off the ground. I made a mistake last time I was here and measured. I only had one of the coordinates on my meter, so I was getting lower than normal readings. I just stopped by to test it again, and sure enough, the levels here are 3 volts per meter, 3,000 millivolts per meter, continuous microwave radiation. And the lady who lives in this house, I spoke with her. She's lived here for 50 years. She does not own a cell phone or computer. So we're here on Calistoga Road in Monteverde in front of this Verizon quote-unquote small cell phone tower. And this home had the unfortunate luck of having it placed right next to it. And I am here with the homeowner who has lived here. She prefers not to be on camera. But we're on her front porch. I just was through her house, and the levels are above 600 millivolts per meter throughout the entire home. Upstairs, it goes up about 100 millivolts. First time I've ever measured inside a home, but she is being exposed to constant microwave radiation 24/7. Mary, can I ask you a few questions? Just,
sure. I've been here almost 50 years.
Yeah.
And I fought that when I found out, after it was done, I want to say under the table with the City Council, PG&E, Horizon, Nexus, whoever's all in charge. And I fought it. It was very much out of my comfort zone and took a toll on my health doing that. Now I'm feeling that my health has gone down with this in the last 2 years.
Yeah. And you were telling me some of your symptoms. Mm-hmm. You were experiencing more frequent headaches. Is that right?
Like a very horrible flu bug, dizzy, that you almost feel like you have to call 911.
Well, I'm really sorry, Mary, and I appreciate your efforts last year. Talking to City Council, I was there, and you were a very powerful speaker. And I'm just so saddened by the fact that they still put this in front of your home. And you don't even own a cell phone or computer.
No computer.
It's not giving you any benefit, right? You rely on this property value for your income as well, is that right?
Oh yes, but I know the property value. Now if anyone takes the meters and checks it, this house is zero value.
Well, yeah, so I'm really sorry. And, I think that you're doing service sharing your story with me right now, so people are aware personally of what's happening to people. It's real life stuff here.
And I really am very upset about the poor children and the parents going back and forth twice a day.
That's one thing that struck me talking to you before, is your concern was more for your neighbors.
My neighbors, more concerned for my dear precious neighbors and all the dear people. Now here comes 2 high schoolers coming by, and they're going. And now it'll be just
24/7 they're being exposed. There's one right by Mario Carrillo High School too. Okay, well, thank you so much for
You're welcome. I just hope that this will help, and if I can help,
I will. I have your contact information.
I'm talking to Alex, and I'm just hoping that I can work with Alex. But
yes, I'm going to ask you to come speak and let the City Council know what you're experiencing, how your experience has been since this has been placed by your house. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for doing it for me, because I have no clue what how to go about it.
I am here in Petaluma at Casa Grande High School, and they have a macro cell phone tower placed on their campus. That is their football field over there, tennis courts there, parking lot, and the school here right behind me. And I wonder how much the school is getting paid to have this cell phone tower placed in front of their campus, or right on their campus. We're here at this level getting a steady signal above 1,000 millivolts per meter right on campus here. So if you or your child go to this school and are experiencing anything like headaches, insomnia, behavioral problems, autoimmune conditions, other things that have been proven to be caused by exposure to microwave radiation, I would go ahead and ask the school how much money they're making a year on having this tower placed on their campus. Go to websites like ehtrust.org, bioinitiative.org, 5gspaceappeal.org, emfscientist.org, and look at the actual science and read the actual articles about the biological effects of microwave radiation. Thank you. Sitting here in the main area of the campus, even further away from that cell phone tower, and we are getting levels even higher because of the lobe of the antenna is hitting this spot very hard at this point. Continuous exposure to microwave radiation. In this monstrosity on Casa Grande campus, up close, those are new antennas. If you drive up and down the 101 between Santa Rosa and Petaluma, you will notice these flat white antennas that are brand new and have been being put up on cell towers throughout the North Bay. And these are new antennas, probably 5G compatible. Look at the power supply of this cell antenna right below, right next to the Casa Grande football field, gymnasium, and school there. And you'll see right below the tower, we're actually at lower levels than we were in front of the school just because of the lobe of the antenna. But we are still getting very high readings right underneath this large macro cell phone tower. We are here on Calistoga Road in Monteverde, and that is a Verizon small cell phone tower. And it was placed about a year ago in front of this house on the corner. And I just spoke with this lady who lives here. She's been in the house for 50 years. She's an elderly woman. And she fought against having this cell phone tower in front of her home and went to city council and called Verizon as many times as she could, and Nexius, who contracted out with Verizon to build it. And no luck. They still put it in front of her home. And she wasn't willing today to be interviewed, but I can tell you she said that she's definitely noticed a change in her health. She is absolutely more fatigued. She feels that she stands in her front yard for too long, that she gets dizzy, and her mental status changes. We are here at ground level, and you can see that the levels are about 1,000 millivolts per meter. Okay, this is a Apple smartwatch, and it does have a cellular plan, right?
Yes, and GPS.
And GPS. So this thing can act as a cell phone when it's not connected to the phone, and that's what we're going to have it do. Her phone is turned on airplane mode, so this watch is going to act like its own cell phone. So go ahead and turn it off airplane mode, please. And then I'd love to see what happens if you make a call on it. Can you do that? Can you call just a random number? Call your phone a friend or something.
I can call Sutter.
There you go, call Sutter. There it is. So each seat goes up. So this is having to communicate with the nearest cell phone tower. It's a powerful antenna on that little watch. So there you go, about 6 volts per meter. Perfect. Okay, you can stop the call now.
Actually,
and then you can put it back on airplane mode. Cool. Thank you so much. Okay, here are the normal building background levels of microwave radiation. And we're going to look at a... what now?
It's a Garmin VivoSport.
Garmin VivoSport. And this is just normal, right?
This is the GPS off.
The GPS is off?
Mm-hmm. Well, the running GPS is off.
Okay, and this keeps track of your heart rate and...
Heart rate, steps.
And that doesn't concern you?
Not really.
Not close to your radial nerve and median nerve.
If I hold my phone in my other hand, it's about
No, that's
as
true.
close.
Your phone's going to be higher for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So pretty steady at about 400 millivolts. We're right up against it too. So let's touch it. It goes down pretty quickly. Sorry, the glare.
My whole life, born and raised, and I'm here to speak to you for the many concerned residents about having small cell phone towers placed in their neighborhoods. Here we are about a year later, and I want to thank you for your guys' time in listening to us last year. The project, I guess, has been on pause, and most of the 112 contracted sites with Verizon and Mobility haven't been built yet, but I can tell you the ones that have are very powerful. They're not low powered like they were advertised. They're anywhere from 500 to 2,000 or 4,000 in one case millivolts per meter at ground level. The neighborhoods were at about 10 millivolts before they were installed. I want you guys please to educate yourself on the matter. Please look at credible scientists who have spent their careers studying the biological effects of wireless radiation on living organisms. And I understand the federal FCC and guidelines handcuff you guys quite a bit, but there are lots of local municipalities in California who are trying to protect themselves and do what they can. I would appreciate it if we had a thorough public notification process for any future cell sites. And if you really look at the FCC and the people who are trying to strip our local authority away from us to control these things, it's tyranny. Their current chairman, the headman for the current FCC attempt to really streamline these things, is Verizon's ex-attorney. Think about that. AT&T and Verizon, between the two of them, they own Comcast, NBC, CNBC, TNT, TBS, DirecTV, Universal Studios, Bravo, CNN, and Yahoo. So it's frustrating that maybe we don't see this very important issue on the news channels we watch. Again, I'm asking you to educate yourself. I want to invite you formally. There's a lady named Daphne Tackover coming to town this weekend, Saturday at 2 o'clock at the Rincon Valley Library. She's an international attorney from Israel, and she practices in Israel and New York. She's an expert in the legal matter of this, and she was also in the Israeli army and specialized in telecommunications. So she is an expert in the science and really the health issues of this as well. So I have some flyers here, if I can pass it out, or you can remember if you have time. I think you owe it to your constituents and your residents of Santa Rosa to educate yourself on the issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other cards, Madam City Clerk? Okay, no other items on the agenda? Adjourn the meeting.
Okay, in this video, I'm going to show you how you can use your phone without radiation. And you can see here that we are currently on airplane mode. And airplane mode on, Wi-Fi antenna and Bluetooth antenna are both off. And we are not getting much microwave radiation in this room at all. Sitting at about 6 to 7 millivolts per meter. Just normal background levels of microwave radiation. And you'll see here in a second that we'll still get very good cell phone coverage with this level. We're going to be using an Ethernet, which is attached into my modem. Unfortunately, I had to buy another modem because my provider Comcast, who is owned by Verizon, I think it's worth mentioning, makes it very difficult for you to set this up without your Wi-Fi antenna radiating constantly. So anyhow, I got a new modem. That is the Wi-Fi antenna is not turned on, and it's hooked up to the Ethernet cord, and I have an adapter here which goes from the Ethernet cord to your iPad or iPhone. It's made for Apple. And you can see if we're on airplane mode, we tried to go to Google, and we'll just refresh here. And Google obviously does not happen because we are on airplane mode. We're not getting the signal. So in order to get access to the internet, we need to turn airplane mode off, and you'll see we're going to get really high levels of microwave radiation. We're peaking at almost 18 or 20 volts per meter on the X-Tech here, and you can hear the sound of the pulses from the Acousticom. Okay, we go back to Safari, and if we refresh, we have Google. We go to a great website called Trust here, and you can see the phone is communicating with the nearest cell phone tower a couple miles away, and that's the signal that you're seeing here. And the site is still loading, taking a little while, having to reach really high levels of radiation in order to load the website. 22 volts per meter right next to the phone. This is an iPhone 6. And finally loading, right? The phone's still working real hard to communicate. So let's go ahead and get out of there. We'll go back and turn airplane mode back on. And our levels fall back down. Now we're going to plug in this Ethernet, which is attached into our modem, and you'll see what happens. You have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. And let's see if I can get this in there. Plug that in, and the Ethernet pops up. And you'll see that our Ethernet is now connected. And I want to go back to Safari here. And we'll go, it'll tell us that airplane mode is on, but that's okay. We'll just press OK. Google. And boom, Google flies open. Go to EH Trust, our website, opens up quick. And we are now connected to the internet via Ethernet on our phone without having to transmit.
Let's figure out what we can do. Let's learn from today's presentation. The City of Santa Rosa and Verizon are both corporations, and they are in business together. That's what's going on here. They are not doing the people's business, they're doing their own business. Now, we're unclear of the covert and overt compensation at play today, but we can only judge by what we see and how things are said today. The city staff gets 40 minutes and slides to present. We get 3 minutes, no slides. That's not consistent with what happened back in March 6th. The City Council today was not given the best advice by the city attorney and city staff. The City Council was not given the most accurate information today. I'm trying to give you accurate information. These antennas, there's two types. One go 40 to 50 feet in the air. The other one's only 24 feet up. They're already installed. I have pictures on my website. Okay? These antennas have lobes. They're not perfect. They don't go out to the horizon. These antennas have lobes that reach the street. We measure them here in Palo Alto. We're going out to measure them today. We're going to prove to you that these lobes reach the street. You get 1 million microwatts per square meter on the street, right below these antennas where people walk. Proof of what's really going on, okay? These are not 100 watts. Just look at the power specs. Mr. McHenry said 100 watts 3 or 4 times. Hello? Talk to Amphenol, the manufacturer of the antenna. 2,200 watts. That's the rated power. And guess what? It doubles that. 4,400 watts is what can come out of those antennas. These are powerful antennas. They are way too close to where people live, sleep, and heal. Here's the real problem. This is just a real estate grab. You people are asleep. You're talking about today's installation. What happens a year from now when they come back and you have absolutely no say? They can change whatever they want, whenever they want. So, Mr. Corsi, Sawyer, and Schweldham, you're all up for re-election in 2018. We will remember whether it's business as usual or whether you actually will do something to protect the residents of Santa Rosa as you must.
My name is Tom Sawyer. I'm an electrical engineer. I've lived in Santa Rosa for 31 years. When you look at these things, how big and ugly they are, you have to ask, why are they big and ugly? Why do they have to be like that? Well, Mr. McHenry said that they put out 100 watts. What he failed to tell you is that there's 4 of them mounted on the pole, and that up above is an antenna that has a RF gain of 9.6. So if you take 400 watts times 9.6, you get greater than 3,600 watts. Now, if you take the FCC recommended reflection factor, which is in their formula for calculation, you multiply all that times 1.6, and that's the kind of watts those things are putting out. So don't be led to believe that these things are only putting out 100 watts. You can verify it with Verizon. Okay, on to my little speech here. I just want to get that out. You have been given a moral and legal obligation to protect the citizens of Santa Rosa, even if federal law says you must not. The City Council has chosen to ignore federal law when it comes to the rights of illegal immigrants. How much more would they reach out to protect their legal citizens' rights to health and welfare? You have been given credible information that cell towers placed in close proximity of residential homes not only reduce property value, it constitutes a significant risk affecting long-term health and welfare of citizens dispersed throughout the city. We must find alternatives for the placement of these cell towers away from people's homes. To knowingly allow the endangerment of a set of citizens selected by a third party is immoral and unjust. Thank you.
Okay, this is a quick, easy trick to lower your amount of radiation when using your phone to make a call. We have an iPhone here, and you can see the meter is up right where the antenna is on the left-hand corner of the phone. So this is going to be getting the readings and numbers. And we have the Acousticom here to give you a visual and sound of the radiation. So what you do in order to lower it is first we're going to show you what levels we reach making a normal phone call with 4G LTE. And we're going to make a phone call and look at the meter. And we're getting peaks around 10 volts per meter. Okay, we'll simply go to our settings. And in our settings, we're going to go here, go back, show you where we're at, to cellular data options, and we go to enable LTE, and we're going to turn LTE off. So we're going to switch from 4G to 3G basically. And with it off, we're going to make the same phone call, and you're going to see that the radiation is much less, only up to about 2 volts per meter. So about 1/5 of the amount of microwave radiation just by simply switching your LTE off and using 3G to make phone calls. So we are at another site in Santa Rosa of a small cell installation, and we are close to downtown here on Mill Street in this nice old neighborhood with really close, densely compacted houses. And I walked up and down this entire road, and this antenna affects the whole neighborhood, unfortunately. And we are here underneath the pole steadily above 1,000 millivolts per meter, directly here below this pole on Mill Street. Okay, so we're looking at this blocking case called a Wisdom Pro, which is designed to put your cell phone in to reduce the amount of radiation. So this phone is currently on airplane mode, and we're just going to see how this thing works. And can you do me a favor and put it on, can I use you to take it off airplane mode? So we're going to turn off airplane mode. Our meter here, we're at about 20 millivolts per meter, bouncing around from the building's Wi-Fi and whatnot. So off airplane mode, it shoots way up, and we're going to see what it peaks at here as all the apps and everything update. It's funny when the screen goes off, it actually starts working harder. Alright, can I use you to put it in the case for me, please? So we're just normal levels. We're just sitting here about 1 volt per meter, 700 millivolts, and we put it in the case. It does go down significantly. And again, I had talked to you that the problem I see with this is that this phone knows how hard it has to work, and so it might be working harder to connect with the cell phone tower, but it seems from measuring here that it's significantly less radiation, right? It'll bounce a little bit up, but it is working you're getting a lot less radiation on the outside of that case. My only question would be also is do you get text messages and phone calls with the phone on with the case covering it? That's a good question, but definitely reduces the amount of radiation. All right, this is a what? Galaxy Watch. Galaxy Watch? Mm-hmm. Okay. On airplane mode. Go ahead and turn it on, please. Is it turn off airplane mode? Okay. And let's just see, I think it's on airplane mode, it's working extra hard to kind of reset and communicate. Mm-hmm. Let's see if it goes down a little here. Okay. Oh, spiked at 9, man. Damn. Alright, go ahead and put it on airplane mode. Yeah. Oh, it's on. It's on. Nope. There you go. One more time. Oh, yeah. Okay, 4G. So it's on airplane mode now. Okay. There we go. Now it's on airplane mode. And one more time off airplane. Cool. Thank you. I am here on Montgomery Drive in Santa Rosa, California, and we are in the parking lot of Spring Lake Village, a very nice retirement community here to my right. And this is a small cell phone tower placed on this PG&E utility pole right behind Howarth Park and Annandale here. And this one has a battery backup to the side on the bottom there, and the antenna's on the top, 4-foot antenna. And according to building biologists and the bioinitiative report, which I highly recommend people look into, biological effects begin to occur above 60 millivolts per meter. And anything above 600 millivolts per meter is absolutely harmful. So we are here from this level, and we're at levels of microwave radiation 900 to 1,000 millivolts per meter of continuous microwave radiation from this antenna. And we're going to go ahead and walk down this pathway here and just see how long it takes for the signal to reduce to a safe level below 60 millivolts per meter. Again, this is one of 112 small cell phone towers so far slated to go in Santa Rosa, and this is just the beginning, the first 112 of many, many more. So if you are opposed to having these in your neighborhood in Santa Rosa, I suggest you do something and call your city council and raise awareness and demand that we keep these things away from our houses and residential zones, schools, and really develop an ordinance that protects us from the known biological harm of microwave radiation. So the levels here actually begin to peak a little bit further away from that antenna. And we're going to go ahead and walk down this pathway and just see how they behave. We are kind of going out of sight of it, but the levels will remain very high. We're about halfway down the walkway, still in the 400 millivolt to 300 millivolt range. You can see we started from the top of that hill there. We're about 150, maybe 200 yards away. So we're on the corner here, several hundred yards away from that cell phone tower, and we are still at levels very high. But look what happens when we turn the corner here and go out of sight of that antenna. Because the buildings are to the side of us, the levels will drop down pretty dramatically.
A group of scientists, doctors, environmental organizers, and concerned citizens got together and they called for the urgent stop to the deployment of 5G. They said that it's been proven harmful to human bodies, that this is an experiment on humanity, and that this should be called a crime under international law.
If 4G is already doing some of this, how much more potentially dangerous will 5G be, and why?
Well, here's what's really dangerous about 5G. I mean, it's being sold to us as super awesome, but the downside is that with this rollout, it will be impossible to exist in a city or to walk outside without being exposed. There's going to be a cell tower in front of every few houses, and this means that your personal choices, whether or not you personally use a cell phone or hold it 10 inches away from your head, that cannot escape you from your radiation exposure. And the fact is, the government is completely not jumping on the ball. I mean, because of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which says that no state or local government can regulate the placement of any cell towers, regardless of environmental effects. Right. That has really laid the groundwork for this toxic infrastructure.
Kelly Prime's son Kyle was just 10 years old when he was diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2016. 5 months later, Kyle's friend and classmate Mason Ferrulli developed brain cancer.
14 hours to get the tumor out, and he had 5 weeks of inpatient rehabilitation. He had to learn to walk, talk, eat, everything all over again.
2 more kids at the school were diagnosed this year.
At what point are you saying, we ought to take a close look at the school here?
The moment that I found out that Mason had been diagnosed.
Whenever you hear of cases of cancer in a child, obviously that itself is alarming. When there's several cases in one school, that's even more alarming.
Do you believe the oncologists who say cell towers can't cause cancer?
I believe that everybody wants to believe our government. I've looked into his eyes and I've looked at the fear that he has as a 9-year-old facing something, asking me, Mom, am I going to die? It would push you to fight as well. It would push any parent to fight. I won't stop until it's done, until that thing is gone.
5G is a weapon. It's used by the military. Do you know these 5G millimeter wave technologies are used to scatter crowds? You know, they drive up in this technology when they want to scatter a cloud, and they put out these frequencies, and people scatter because they get the feeling their skin is on fire. Because the human body, including the skin, is an antenna. It interacts with frequencies, and it receives and transmits information.
These are extremely dangerous readings of radio frequency radiation going through my body.
There are going to be boxes broadcasting 5G, this weapon, down every street, all over the world. You're talking phenomenal numbers of these boxes.
AT&T 5G-capable cell tower across the street from an elementary school and right outside John Ireland's third-floor condo in Sherman Oaks.
It sits right outside our dining room window. In fact, I can see it from the couch, too.
A couch John and his neighbors gathered around one afternoon as they discussed ways to get rid of the tower.
There was no advance notice whatsoever. We saw them digging, and the next thing we know, there was this giant thing on the lamppost.
John's wife is a 2-time cancer survivor.
And they put this monster out there, right next to where I sit at a dining room table,
right next to the chair where I watch television.
Now that you've seen these cell towers, you'll see them all over your neighborhood. I've been working on this story for about 2 months, and I see them everywhere now. So they're coming.
When you say that the standards are well within the FCC guidelines,
yes,
I'd be more comfortable with the CDC.
Yes,
the Centers for Disease Control. Yeah,
well, because we know sometimes how that FCC, how that works. Sure, right? They don't necessarily test it themselves first before they okay it. They take it. They take the word of a company that actually tests.
Well, everybody agrees more research needs to be done. Yeah. So hopefully that will happen.
We'll remember this report.
We have video from the FCC proceedings with one of the 5G engineers saying themselves, look, we are forcing these directed beams into people's windows at levels that we do not allow in our labs, in our safety labs. What we have is the industry clearly lying to public representatives, which should outrage you enough that you stop the process. And what you need to understand is no wireless device, and 5G included, is safety tested.
In December of 2018, I sent a letter to FCC Commissioner Carr asking him to cite for me recent scientific studies demonstrating the safety of this technology. What research has been done, where has it been published and compiled. He has essentially failed to do so.
No, I'm not aware of any.
So there really is no research ongoing. We're kind of flying blind here, so far as health and safety is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You might be asking, perhaps some people are being injured by this, but if you're not feeling it, it's probably not that big of a deal. And I think that's a very common experience. But it's not as simple as saying that just a few unfortunate people are being affected by this. Because what the science shows is that we're all affected on some level, whether we can feel it or not. So to think that we could put an exponential amount of microwave radiation into our environment and not feel effects is simply false. And it's not just headaches and insomnia. It's much more serious things, such as infertility, DNA damage, and eventually cancer.
Across the street is the cell phone tower. All right, so I'm in line of sight of the cell phone tower right here. And you can see I have the meter set to peak. And I'm getting peak readings. It almost overloads the meter. When it goes to 1, that's an overload. So we're at roughly 1,500 to 2,000 microwatts per square meter. And you can see the radio frequency meters pointing right at the cell phone tower. Now, watch what happens when I walk in back of the bank building. So now the cell phone tower is being blocked by the building, but I'm still picking up 50 to 75 microwatts per square meter, and the radio frequency radiation is not going around the building, it's going through the building. And this is my concern for people who work inside this building. I'm standing behind solid brick walls here, and I'm still picking up 60 to 80 microwatts per square meter. Biological effects are said to start at 3.4 to 6 microwatts per square meter.
5G will be as much as 100 times faster than the current 4G cellular networks. The FCC is taking very bold action, probably bolder than they've ever taken before. It's a new frontier to make wireless spectrum available. By next year, the United States is on pace to have more 5G spectrum than any other country in the world. That's a big statement because, as you know, some people got ahead of us. We should have been doing this a long time ago, as advanced as it may be. In addition, last October, I directed the Department of Commerce to develop a national spectrum strategy to free up even more spectrum for economic activity, including 5G. The FCC has also taken action to streamline the permitting process for 5G infrastructure with state and local governments. That's a big deal. It takes too long to get permits. We're going to free that situation up, and we're going to put limits, and the local areas are going to listen to us very, very strongly. They have a big incentive to do that. They must now approve new physical infrastructure within 90 days instead of many years. It can sometimes take 3, 4, and 5 years. We're going to put a limit of 90 days. And there is now a cap on the unreasonable fees local governments often charge. They get greedy. They think, hey, we can really take advantage, and it ends up that everybody gets hurt. Everybody gets hurt. Everybody gets hurt.
Given this information, you can see why someone like me, or anybody else that has dealt with a cancer diagnosis, has a concern over the implementation of 5G technology. My questions to the committee are, has the committee determined that this technology is safe? And if you have, what safety determinations were done? What kind of scientific or medical background did these people do to make a determination that this technology is safe for me, for you, for your children, for your grandchildren? This technology is very controversial, and I believe we need to give serious consideration up front to the review of the scientific and medical research studies and documentation. Many experts have determined that this technology is unsafe for human health, and I think the committee needs to take this into consideration. So I have a request. It's twofold. I request that this Energy and Technology Committee please take some time, take a pause, review the testimony of and the documents that are available to people, and the hope is that we will be able to bring some more documentation to you to show you the medical and scientific impacts of this technology. I'm not sure I understand what the rush is to push this through before people have had an opportunity to provide you some information to show you that there is danger to you and your families.
My dinner table conversation is, what other countries don't have this technology? Are we going to be leaving our families to just be safe, just be able to live? When I go out of town to stay in a hotel, I have to see how close it is to a cell phone tower, if it has a cell phone tower.
Wireless radiation has biological effects, period. This is no longer a subject for debate when you look at PubMed and the peer-reviewed literature. These effects are seen in all life forms: plants, animals, insects, microbes. In humans, we have clear evidence of cancer now. There is no question. We have evidence of DNA damage, cardiomyopathy, which is the precursor of congestive heart failure, neuropsychiatric effects. So 5G is not a conversation about whether or not these biological effects exist. They clearly do. The closer you live to a cell tower, the higher your blood glucose. That is based on hemoglobin A1C measurements. So the idea with small cells of putting the cells closer to people's homes and bedrooms scientifically is very dangerous.
Okay, I'm here at the gym. These are our normal background levels, and here comes someone with earbuds. Ariane?
Yeah.
Yeah, just turn to the side. Let me see here. Is your phone on you?
No, it's in there.
Okay. Let's see the other side here. Ooh, this one's higher. Almost up to 4 volts. Alright, go ahead and walk away. Thank you. It's not that high. It's, well, 2 volts between your head. Do you ever get headaches?
No.
Okay. That's
Well,
good.
not from my headphones.
Okay. Different type of headaches? Okay, in this video, I'm going to be going around Santa Rosa and comparing the electromagnetic environment of poles that have had small cells installed on them versus ones that have not. The poles that have not are currently under contract with Verizon, but they have been paused due to concerns from the residents who live right next to them. And in the video, I'll be measuring directly below the pole and about a block away. For one, to show that directly below the pole, you're still getting lobes that reach the ground and getting very high levels. It's not like these things radiate horizontally perfectly. And a block away, the levels remain very high. In all reality, the highest levels are about, from the distance I am right now, about 40 to 50 feet away. And this tower here on Pioneer Road consistently measures very high. You can see from the meters here, I'm going to go into the sun so we get a good view of the meters. We're at levels 3,000 to 4,000 millivolts continuously. And that level is hitting your entire body when standing underneath these poles. So as you'll see in this video, that these things are powerful, very powerful, and they completely change the electromagnetic environment in the neighborhoods they are placed in. Your road directly below this Verizon small cell, and we are at levels above 2,000 millivolts. And here we are, about a block away from that same cell phone tower. And we are at levels still very high, but below 2,000 millivolts. Pole that has been exchanged and retrofitted to hold a small cell phone tower. You can see the chalk marks on the ground. Fortunately, this has not been constructed yet, and we're in this neighborhood at low levels of microwave radiation, about 10, 11 millivolts per meter. Here we are on Fulton and West College, right underneath this Verizon small cell phone tower, and the levels of microwave radiation at this point are about 14 to 1500 millivolts per meter. And here we are about a block away from the Fulton Road and West College Verizon small cell tower. And we are still at high levels of microwave radiation, but we are now at about 600 to 700 millivolts per meter. Here on Hexham Avenue in Santa Rosa, in front of another PG&E pole that has been replaced and retrofitted to hold a small cell phone tower. Chalk marks again on the ground. And thankfully this tower has not been put up yet. This neighborhood is currently at nice low levels of microwave radiation, about 12 millivolts per meter. On Lomitas Avenue, in front of this Verizon small cell, right underneath it here, the antenna on top, and we are at levels of microwave radiation about 1400 millivolts per meter. That is the battery pack and radios on the bottom. That battery box is a backup battery box and will last 4 hours. So that gives you a perspective of how much energy that antenna is putting out into the air. And about a block away here on Lomitas Way, still at very high levels of microwave radiation, about 1,000 to 1,200 millivolts per meter. The levels stay very high down this entire road. This is a very powerful antenna. And once again, another PG&E pole that has not been constructed yet, pole replaced, under contract, chalk marks on the ground. Get good cell phone coverage here, and we are currently at pretty low levels of microwave radiation, picking up a few smart meters here and there, likely, but at good low levels. You can hear a little bit of neighbors' Wi-Fi, but again, below 30 millivolts per meter. Here on King Street, directly underneath this Verizon small cell phone tower in this nice neighborhood, and we are at levels steadily above 1,000 millivolts per meter. About a block away from the tower on King Street, and the levels of microwave radiation remain high, but just below 1,000 millivolts. They are high all the way up and down this street. Driving on Bethards Avenue in Santa Rosa, heading towards a Verizon small cell phone tower on Bethards and Yalupa. And you're going to see here what happens as we approach the cell phone tower. Right now we're at kind of normal background levels, and we start to get the signal. And there's the tower. Okay, here again on Bethards and Yalupa, and last time I was here, I'll post a video in the comments. This antenna, which you can kind of see through the telephone wires and tree there, the battery is on the bottom, was not putting out a signal that the Acousticom would pick up. That has changed. We are now getting a strong signal in the 200 megahertz to 8 gigahertz range coming directly from that antenna. We're here directly underneath that antenna, this tower, and we're above 2,000 millivolts per meter. We are here on Fulton Road in Santa Rosa, and this church across the street from us here has a cell phone tower on it. Churches are often places where cell phone companies will pay them to have a cell phone tower on their property. And the levels from this macro tower, disguised as a tree, about 150 yards away, are above 2,000 millivolts per meter here. And this is not directly in a neighborhood, but everyone across the street, there's a pretty densely populated neighborhood right across the street here on Fulton Road, and this signal is traveling throughout the neighborhood. And here we are pretty far down the road, a couple hundred yards away. And as you can see here, there's a neighborhood on this street. And we are still at levels above 1,000 millivolts per meter. So from this macro tower, the signal within a significant radius remains very, very high compared to what normal background levels would be. And here we are even further down the road, and we are almost in front of, that is Piner High School to the side of me there, behind me, and we are still from that tower at levels about 600 to 700 millivolts per meter. If I turn my body and shield the meter from the towers, just so you know it's coming from that direction, you can see my body will reflect and block about half of it. And we go back towards the towers, which are far away, probably about close to a quarter mile or so, and we're still at 700 millivolts per meter. All right, here we are in the Whole Foods parking lot on Yalupa Avenue in Santa Rosa, California. We're across the street from this low-hanging macro tower, which is surrounded by apartments and neighborhoods and a preschool right behind it. And as you can see from the meters here, it's putting out pretty high levels of radiation. We're at about 2,000 millivolts per meter. We're off the charts on the Acousticom here. You can hear the sound, pretty frightening. Definitely a hazard. People should be aware. These poor people in this apartment, I'm sure, have no idea that they're exposed to very high levels of microwave radiation, which science has clearly shown. There's no debate now that it does have adverse biological effects. And again, awareness is key. Yalupa Avenue, Santa Rosa, California. Let people know. Email, send letters, go to city council meetings. We don't want this stuff in our neighborhoods and close to our kids. Here on Bethards and Yalupa in Santa Rosa, Bennett Valley, and we're here looking at a Verizon small cell phone tower placed on this very old PG&E pole. They didn't retrofit this one. The pole is actually leaning quite a bit. That is quite a bit of equipment in power to be sourcing that smaller antenna about halfway up the pole. This battery is a backup battery. The tower has a direct power source. This backup battery is there in case the power goes out, and that'll only last a few hours. So that just gives you a perspective of what kind of power this antenna is putting out. This tower has been different measuring than any other small cell phone tower that I've measured. And I've figured it out finally. I couldn't quite understand it at first. But you can see from the meters, this is an acousticom meter, and it goes from 200 megahertz to 8 gigahertz. So that's 200 million waves per second to 8 billion waves per second. This meter, the X-Tech, goes from down to 50 megahertz all the way up to 3.5 gigahertz. So this is going to measure frequencies between 50 and 200 megahertz that this one will not pick up. Cell phones run between 800 megahertz and 2.5 gigahertz for 4G technology, and this is supposed to be a 4G tower. Both of these meters pick up that range. With this tower, the X-Tech is the only one picking up a signal. As you can see here, we're getting about 800 millivolts per meter, 900, picking up a significant amount of radio frequency radiation. Now we're above 1,000 millivolts here. You can see that it's coming from this source. When I turn my body, you can look at the meter here. I'm going to focus in on the meter. It goes down. I'm able to reflect and shield a portion of that frequency. So you know it's coming from that tower. Again, as we turn around here, it goes right back up. So this tower is putting out between 50 megahertz and 200 megahertz, which is not cell phone radio frequency. And the only explanation I have is that this tower is not being used for cell phones, it's being used for some other source of communications. Some telephone channels, some television channels, radio stations, some emergency communications, but also military uses this bandwidth of frequency for communication. So I have no explanation other than it's some form of other form of communication. If anyone else has another meter, a more expensive, involved meter that would actually get the frequencies of this tower, I would welcome that, or any explanation to why this cell phone tower is not picking up cell phone radiation. And just to show you, we're going to use a cell phone here that's on airplane mode. And the acousticom meter, this is on airplane mode. The acousticom picks up frequencies, password, picks up frequencies in the cell phone range. Right? We just took it off airplane mode. The X-Tech does as well. They both pick up cell phone frequencies, but only the X-Tech is picking up the frequencies from this tower. Thank you.
And go.
What you're looking at across the street from us here on Yulupa Avenue in Bennett Valley in Santa Rosa is a huge low-hanging macro tower, cell phone tower, emitting microwave radiation 24/7. Underneath that cylinder, they've placed about 12 radios which add power. And I have some meters here to show you what the radiation levels are. We're off the charts on each one here. We're sitting at about 2.3, 2.6, 2.9, 3.7 volts per meter, which is just astoundingly high. There's a preschool right behind that antenna, probably unbeknownst to the parents. There's apartment complexes right next door. There are other neighborhoods and apartments all around the antenna. We're sitting right in front of the Whole Foods. Those employees are basically on a cell phone call 24/7. I've measured the levels inside the Whole Foods, and it's about 2 volts per meter, which is just unbelievable. And we're probably about 100 yards from that antenna, and people should know. People should be aware. Microwave radiation, it's clear. The science clearly shows that it has a biological effect, and just people should be aware that it's here.
I am here in San Francisco on Valencia Street in the Mission District, where they are hitting 5G infrastructure very hard. This is a city-owned street light pole, and those are actually hidden radios midway down the pole there, those two little boxes, and a cleverly placed antenna on the top of the pole. That actually is very well designed aesthetically because you can hardly notice that the antenna is there. And they're hitting 5G infrastructure very hard in this city with these things being placed all over. And there's actually one not even a block away, if you can see it on that. So there's a cell phone tower on that light pole straight ahead, about 200 yards away from this one right in front of me here. And this is going to be great for our 5G and self-driving cars and selling data to a very densely populated area here in the tech capital of the world, San Francisco. And the levels of microwave radiation from this tower right underneath the pole are still pretty high. We're at about 900, 800, 900, 1,000, 1,200. So anywhere from 900 to 1,000 millivolts per meter at ground level in a city where there are many, many buildings with multiple stories getting hit with the main transmission beam of these antennas. So again, next time you're in San Francisco, look up a little bit and you'll see all these cool new cell phone towers on PG&E and light poles. This is 5G infrastructure. We are here in Santa Rosa, California, Bennett Valley on Summerfield Road in front of a telephone pole on Santa Rosita Court in Summerfield Road. This is one of currently 112 small cell phone tower sites that are contracted out with the city. 72 are contracted out with Verizon, 72 small cells, 40 of those being on PG&E light poles, 30 of those being on city-owned telephone poles like this one here. 4 of those 30 with Verizon are in a very close vicinity here on Summerfield Road. One is on 3373 Summerfield Road. The other is on Summer Hayes Court, about a quarter mile away. And then a few blocks across the street on Stonehenge, there is another contract to be placed, to place a small cell. There's no construction yet because the city last year paused the project due to concerns from residents, specifically residents with cell towers being placed right next to their homes. So there hasn't been very much transparency. We're not sure where things are at, if or when small cells will be placed in a very close proximity on Summerfield Road here. I feel like the residents have a right to know. We are at levels now here of microwave radiation in the air at about 55 millivolts per meter. Below 60 millivolts is considered safe by building biology standards, which take the approach of precaution. The first contract was signed with Verizon in 2017 by then Mayor Chris Corsi, who is now running for county supervisor. The second contract was signed for 40 more with Mobility in 2017, October 2017, and that was signed by our city manager, Sean McGlenn. Both of those contracts, neither of them, I should say, followed city council policy or city code on telecommunications facilities. They did not have proper public notification. None of these residents probably know that there's supposed to be a small cell phone tower placed here. And they did not have the antenna specifications that should be in the application. And I asked Eric McHenry last year, our IT director, why that was, and he basically said he wouldn't know what to do with that information. Things like the size and radiating power of the antennas, and that he didn't need that information because it would probably be in a drawer. So both those contracts were not done properly, but that's another issue. I just think that the residents here deserve to know whether or when these poles will have cell phone towers on them, because the levels of microwave radiation in the air will be much, much higher than they are right now. Okay, thank you.
Go.
The FCC is the government agency who's responsible for regulating the safety standards of wireless technology. The FCC is nothing but a revolving door for the wireless industry. The current chairman of the FCC is a man named Mahit Pai. Before becoming chairman, he was Verizon's counsel who handled the regulatory issues. The FCC chairman before him was a man named Tom Wheeler. Tom Wheeler was the CEO of the Wireless Trade Organization before becoming FCC chairman. The other members of the FCC, the majority of them are from industry, and there are no health experts or scientists on the FCC. It's truly the foxes are watching the hen house. Another thing you should know is you probably are asking yourself if cell phones and wireless technology is actually bad for us. Why doesn't everyone know? Why isn't the mainstream media talking about it? Well, Verizon and AT&T, the two largest carriers, here are the facts. Okay, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Unfortunately, a lot of conspiracy theorists have latched onto this issue, but these are the facts. AT&T owns HBO, DirecTV, Warner Brothers, and Turner, who runs CNN, TNT, and TBS. Verizon owns Yahoo and AOL and has just merged with Comcast. All of your Comcast hotspots, those are from Verizon cell phone towers. Comcast also makes a lot of money off wireless technology and Wi-Fi, owns NBC, CNBC, Universal Studios, and E! and Bravo. And it's Google, Amazon, and Microsoft will actually profit the most from 5G and faster wireless technology. They're the giant cloud servers who will make the most money. When you use the American Cancer Society as your defense that this is safe technology, just remember that the American Cancer Society gets huge corporate sponsors from these companies.
We are here on King Street in Spencer in Santa Rosa, California, in front of this small cell phone tower placed in this nice neighborhood. And this cell phone tower is currently turned off. As you can see from the meters here, we are running at 20 millivolts and very low here on the Acousticom. I'll turn the sound on the Acousticom and you can hear it. And this pole is not turned on because I learned from the man in the truck fixing it that it is broken. So again, we are here today at 20 millivolts per meter, and we will come back soon and measure after this pole is fixed. And again, we're at 20 millivolts per meter here. Hey man, can I ask you what you guys are doing up there?
What's that, brother?
What are you guys doing up there? Are you
I'm turning up a site. Why are you recording me?
Because I want to get it on record. Are you changing the cable?
Use it on record?
I just want to know what. Can you just tell me what you're?
A YouTube star or what?
No.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
I'm trying to work, man. I'm just turning up a site.
Are you turning? Is it plugging in? Is it normal 4G, 4G LTE, or are you putting different?
Yeah, it's 4G.
Okay, it's not working right now though, huh?
No, it's down.
How come?
With SMP card is bad. Why?
Okay. I was just curious how come this one wasn't turned on yet.
Oh.
It will be though, right?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. All right, what we're looking at here is a small cell phone tower installed by Verizon a while back, about a year ago. And what you have on the bottom of the tower are radios and amps and a power source. And then on the top you have a few foot Amphenol antenna. And as of now, this small cell phone tower is actually not turned on. And you can tell that by these meters here. On the Acousticom, which measures the electric current from microwave radiation, it is very low. And also on this meter, which is measuring the same thing, we're only at about 30 millivolts per meter here, which is at a relatively safe level in this neighborhood. So as of now, this cell phone tower is not turned on. These meters, they measure microwave radiation. They're not Geiger counters. They do not measure ionizing radiation. They measure microwave radiation in the roughly 200 megahertz to about 8 gigahertz range. That's 200 million waves per second to about 8 billion waves per second. And that's currently our 4G technology, what we run on for wireless communications. And again, as of now, this tower is not turned on, and we're at very low levels in this neighborhood, which is a great thing. If that tower were to be turned on, that would change. Again, not turned on, good thing. We'll wait and see and continue to measure the site to see if it ever turns on here. All right, thanks. Okay, we're going to look at car levels of EMFs and Bluetooth. We currently are in the car and have our cell phones on airplane mode, and Bluetooth is off. And I do not use a Bluetooth device, so there is no reason for it to be on. So let's go ahead and switch on Bluetooth. That is what Bluetooth sounds like, and it'll shut off, and every few seconds Bluetooth will send off a constant signal to communicate. And this is happening even when we're not using a Bluetooth device. The car is especially a place where you want to go ahead and turn the Bluetooth off, please. Where you want to lower your exposure to electromagnetic frequencies from wireless devices, because the car is metal and it creates a chamber for the signals to bounce around. So cell phones on airplane mode in the car and turning the Bluetooth off when you're not using it is definitely a good idea to reduce your overall exposure. So this cell phone tower across from Yalupa has recently had larger equipment and antennas and radios added to the pole. It is a lot larger cylinder and is putting off much more power than it did before when it was a smaller cell phone tower about a month or a month and a half ago. And again, we are sitting here constantly above 3,000 volts, millivolts per meter. And I was getting spikes that were in the 5,000 millivolt range. And once providers have their equipment on the pole, the law is that they can come back once a year and add 10 feet high and 6 feet wide whenever they want. So this is a teachable moment, and to realize that these small cell phone towers that are currently being installed in Santa Rosa, the same thing holds true. They can come back and make these antennas stronger whenever they want. This is a hazard, and frankly, it is assault in my opinion. I've gone around to some of the businesses in this parking lot, and the levels remain very high throughout the entire parking lot. This is probably the peak where I'm at now, and I would not want to be in this environment for very long. So again, once companies have their equipment and a place to create a cell phone tower, they can come back whenever they want and add more power and make them stronger without giving anyone notice or asking anybody, without any input or permits. And this is what has happened here, unfortunately, on Yalupa Avenue across from the Whole Foods parking lot. Here we are at 24 Hour Fitness, and they have a cell phone tower on their roof, and I'm sure they're getting lots of money to have this on their roof. I don't know if they're transparent with the contract, but they definitely have one. We are here at ground level, right underneath the tower, at about 1,700 millivolts per meter. Here we are at the other side of the parking lot, and we are still getting readings above 1,000 millivolts. 1,500 millivolts, about 75 yards away at the edge of this parking lot, 24 Hour Fitness here in Santa Rosa. And here we are even further away in this parking lot of a furniture store next to some other businesses. and we are getting readings even higher because of probably the angle of the cell phone tower. We're probably at one of the highest points right here, about 1700 millivolts, still about 150 yards away from the cell phone tower. I'm sure 24-Hour Fitness is getting money for that cell phone tower, but are these businesses across the street who are being exposed to the radiation profiting off that as well? And here we are even further away from the towers, and we are still getting readings around 1100 millivolts. And here we are at the end of the parking lot, and I've run out of room, and we're still at 700 millivolts, pretty far away from 24-Hour Fitness. You can see as I turn my body and shield from the antennas, it goes down to about half, so you know that that's coming from that direction, back up to about 700 millivolts. So the radius that this antenna covers and blankets a substantial amount of microwave radiation is pretty large, as you can see from this video.
Followed by Mr. Kanini.
Thank you, Consul. I went to 2 Verizon meetings, and I just had one question, and I was hoping that maybe the 4 down here or you guys could answer. Verizon, the state of California passed AB 57, which took away any cell tower new buildings to fire stations because the firefighters had degenerative brain diseases, other symptoms, dizziness, brain tumors, etc. And my question is, why would you allow Verizon to put them in front of Vic Trione's house, Judith's house, 15 feet from where their grandchildren play, and my other friend Jennifer's house, 20 feet in front? She has 4 little boys. You guys were elected to watch our citizens and take concern of their health and welfare. And I think that you guys should step up, and unlike the senators and some congressmen who are afraid of the RNA, and not because they're getting money, you guys do the right thing, step up and protect the citizens. And I'll tell you, John, if you came home, you didn't see the chalk marks, and you came home and there was a big thing in front of your house like that, you would be with us shouting against the council. So I implore you to try to stop this. Do not allow it in residential areas. It is wrong. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Now, folks, we're trying to take in input. We're trying to listen to you. If you would please have some respect.
Here we are on Piner Road in front of this small cell phone tower, and this one has been the highest one I've measured so far. We're here about 150 yards away, and we are above 2,000 millivolts at ground level, and I'm sitting here with a resident. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Okay, and you live in that apartment right there?
Yes.
Okay, and can you share with me what you explained?
Yes, well, I haven't been able to sleep properly for a year, and in the past 8 months, I've developed leg cramps.
Leg cramps. And leg cramps is something, it's neurologic, and that is a symptom of overexposure to microwave radiation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, were you notified at all about this cell phone tower?
No, I haven't. I just realized a couple of days ago when someone knocked at my door and gave me some pamphlets, and I read about it.
Yeah.
And I went to the meeting at the Rincon Valley.
Oh, yes.
I think it was you.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the Israeli attorney?
Yeah, Daphne, yeah. Okay.
So, and the government is not, this is government plan, and it's immoral.
It is immoral. It is
Could be legal. Slavery was legal, the Holocaust was legal, but it wasn't moral.
It wasn't moral, yeah. Thank you very much. Here are just a few easy and practical steps you can take in order to reduce your exposure to microwave radiation and make using a laptop safer. We are currently looking at a laptop that is not transmitting a signal and is on airplane mode with the Wi-Fi antenna turned off. If we are using a program that does not require access to the internet, this is clearly the best setting to be in. When we go ahead and turn airplane mode off and the Wi-Fi on, you see that the computer
will begin transmitting a constant signal of microwave radiation. Now, this signal will reduce significantly with distance. So with that in mind, it is a good idea never to keep the laptop on your lap next to your reproductive organs. And if having to use the computer while transmitting, use a wired mouse and a wired keyboard so you do not have to touch the computer and be very close to the antenna. Now, the best option is to use airplane mode all the time and hook your computer into an Ethernet cord, which will attach to any modem or router. And this is an adapter which allows us to attach the Ethernet cord into our USB port on our computer and give us internet access while not transmitting a microwave radiating signal from our laptop.
Here we are in front of another Verizon quote-unquote small cell phone tower that has been placed in Santa Rosa. We are on Sebastopol Road by Fresno Avenue, and we are close to a large housing development with two-story homes right across the street from this tower. And one of the lies that Verizon said when putting these in is that the levels underneath the towers wouldn't be very high because the radiation would go overhead, but that is not the case. As you can see, we're sitting here at ground level. We are far enough away from any sources of Wi-Fi or wireless devices that the main signal we're picking up is coming from this tower. We are above 1,000 millivolts per meter, 1,400 millivolts per meter coming from this tower. And I walked up and down this neighborhood in each direction, hundreds of yards, and the signal remains very high. These are powerful, and they completely change the electromagnetic environment within a radius of probably a quarter mile. And unfortunately, many residents will be exposed to this continuous microwave radiation emitted from these close proximity cell phone towers. So again, right below the tower, we're at very high levels of microwave radiation. And I can guarantee you that that two-story home right up over there in the upstairs bedroom is probably getting even higher levels. We are here on Fulton Road in West College in front of a small macro cell phone tower. That is a 2-foot infinite antenna, and it looks like it's about 25, maybe 30 feet off the ground. We are here at ground level, getting levels in the 2,000 millivolt range. So 2 volts per meter, you'll see here on the Acousticom, also jumping up very high. If I turn my body and shield the meters from the radiation, you will see that my body, looking the other way here down Fulton, will shield some of the radiation. As I turn back around towards the tower, you'll see how it goes back up. So my body's good at absorbing some of it, but that's not exactly what you want. We are here right next to this neighborhood here. It says Copperfield off of Fulton Road. Again, here, look at these levels are jumping up pretty high. We're going to take our next shot on the other side of these houses in the neighborhood to see what the levels would be like. Again, here, ground level, about 2,000 millivolts per meter. Okay, we are here on the other side of that small cell phone tower, and it's actually behind those trees there. And thankfully for these residents in this little court, the trees actually will block some of it. But we are still sitting here at very high levels, right in the middle of this neighborhood here. 1,500 millivolts per meter. Levels that have been associated with cancer and all sorts of other biological harm.
You heard in the very elegant presentation of Professor Bulpaglia about the American National Toxicology Program and the Ramasini Institute results regarding cancer issues. So there are quite a number of very important papers on the table. You know, in Sweden, parents, as in Poland, love their children. They put them into colorful reflective vests, protective helmets, bicycle helmets, colorful overalls. But when it comes to the effects of electromagnetic fields from wireless gadgets, these kids are completely naked. And that's enigmatic, to say the least, you know. I will very quickly run over the next slides. I'm sorry for the lack of time, but you have already heard that in science, and actually I could go on for months, because we are talking about somewhere around 25 to 35,000 publications in peer-review-based scientific journals, clearly showing that electromagnetic signals from your cell phone or your wireless router or some other installation will badly affect sperm cells. They will affect fertility, and it may even mean that in coming generations we may have an increasingly very bad situation regarding human as well as animal and plant fertility. There are some dramatic results already around. It affects babies, newly born babies, as well as fetuses, and in layman terms, their heart, as we heard a lot about cancer, but here it's the functionality, and their heart gets stressed. Again, when I ask Swedish parents, mothers and fathers, do you want to stress your little baby in the fetus position or as a newly born regarding their heart rate? No one says, yes, that's what I want to do. Not even from the telecom sector. No one says, yes, I want to stress my baby. Again, they say, are you crazy? Of course I don't want to do that. But hey, there are scientific papers already showing it. Don't you read them? Others have shown retarded learning in rats as well as in boys, in this case in a linguistic learning task. So in plain English, it seems as we are dumbing down rats and boys. But is that the way we should do it? Shouldn't we compete with other markets like the Chinese and American market? Our kids should be brilliant, not dumbed down. And again, we are talking about exposure levels that are below or well below what you are supposed to withstand here in Poland. So this is going on right now, actually. You have a disturbance of the immune system, which is a very serious issue because that could lead to increased prevalence and incidence of, for instance, cancer, but also prevalence-based mortality could increase. Not very good at all. We have, of course, the damage to the DNA molecule. Again, as you see, at an exposure level at 1.3 watts per kilogram, which is well below what ICNIRP and the World Health Organization have stated. And to all the speakers, since we will meet later on for dinner today, I will ask you to come back during dinner and tell me which SAR level is safe. I'm very interested in these answers. Very destructive effects on tomato plants and other plants. And the thing that really keeps me awake during nights is this paper by Tahiri and co-workers from 2017 showing that bacteria having been exposed to mobile telephony or wireless internet signals from a router became antibiotic resistant. 2017, the G20 countries had a separate meeting in Europe to only discuss the alarmingly increase in antibiotic resistance in humans. And already now, more than 25,000 Europeans die prematurely because of this. And they calculated that within a few years or decades, this will rise to more than 10 million people around the planet around 2050. Not very good, you know, because this could be a train that has lost its control and it's just running freely. And remember, when the G20 countries met, they did not discuss this. So the 10 million could actually be 7.2 billion human beings by 2050. The interesting part, and I'm coming back to the dinner talk again, is that the effects you see are seen below, very much below, or extremely much below the 2 watts per kilogram we have discussed. So don't believe for a second that 2 watts or 1 watt or 0.1 watt or 0.01 watt per kilogram is safe. It's not.
I am in San Francisco, California, and I'm in the Mission District on 23rd and San Jose. And we are looking at a small cell phone tower placed on a utility PG&E pole. And that antenna is only about 20 feet off the ground. And it is in direct line of sight of an apartment about 5 or 10 feet. And that apartment is in the main transmission beam of that antenna. And I'd like to see what the measurements are in that apartment. I can assure you they're much higher than they are here at ground level. Even here at ground level, we're getting measurements steadily well above 1,000 millivolts, 1,600 volts, millivolts per meter, 1.5 volts per meter, continuously hitting my entire body from this point. And unfortunately, these things are being placed all over San Francisco, and they are really hitting the 5G infrastructure hard in this town, as you would imagine it being such a tech-savvy town. There's actually a warning sign on the pole there. That little white paper next to the antenna has a notice. It says notice with the cell tower radiation sign on it, and it has words that nobody can read on it, probably a public health warning saying not to get too close to that antenna. And again, unfortunately, the guinea pigs living in that apartment complex are being exposed to continuous high levels of microwave radiation, and for sure not good.
Yes, we do. Wi-Fi has been shown to cause 7 different health effects, and in repeated studies, and these are the same health effects that are produced by other kinds of electromagnetic fields, and they include oxidative stress, they include attacks on the DNA of our cells, they include many different effects on reproduction, both male fertility, female fertility, production of increased spontaneous abortions, including lowered sex hormones and including lowered libido. And all those things are impacted. But then, in addition, we have many different neurological and neuropsychiatric effects, which tend to develop over time in a cumulative fashion, and several other things have been shown to be occurring as well, including apoptosis, that is cell death of the cells of our bodies. I think Wi-Fi in schools is a huge mistake because we can do the same things in terms of internet connection in a wired fashion and not jeopardize the health of our children and our teachers, which we are currently doing now in each of the ways that I just discussed and also in some other ways. So Wi-Fi is a big problem, and it's been a huge blunder to introduce Wi-Fi in schools. Yes, young children are more sensitive, and they're more sensitive for several different reasons. One is they have a larger surface to volume ratio. That is, their tissues are more accessible to the EMFs, and so you get bigger effects because of that. A second thing is that young children, the younger the child, the more stem cells they have. And stem cells are particularly sensitive to the EMFs. So the effects on young children, therefore, are much greater. And in general, you know, throughout development, the younger you are, the more stem cells you have, and the more sensitive you are. There are also effects with regard to the development of the brain, which are particularly important in young children, of course. It's been known, the first review that was published on pulsation that showed that pulsed EMFs are much more active in our bodies than our non-pulsed EMFs. This was published back in 1965. And there have been a whole slew of studies, of course, many others since then. And so this is extensively documented. We know that pulsed EMFs are, in most cases, much more dangerous than our non-pulsed EMFs. So the reason that the industry has gone to these extremely high frequencies in 5G is because you can pulse them more, and therefore you can carry more information. And so because of that, 5G is, at least potentially, much more dangerous than the precursors for 5G because of this extraordinarily high levels of pulsation. The other thing is that the plan is that 5G is going to use a phased array system, which introduces an additional type of pulsation into our exposures. So all of those things mean that 5G is at least potentially much more dangerous than its precursors, and it needs to be tested, and it has not been tested with the pulsations that are going to be used.
Here on Calistoga Road, heading towards a Verizon small cell phone tower. And we are already picking up a strong signal about a block away. Going to be headed to Monteverde. Monteverde and Calistoga Road. Small cell. Right there. Here on West College, heading towards Fulton Road, and there's a small cell phone tower on the corner here. There it is. And we're going to be heading towards a Verizon small cell phone tower on Pioneer Road here. Already picking up the signal pretty strong, even from this distance. It's going to be up here on the left. There it is. Right there. Okay, we are traveling here on Bethards, going west towards Yalupa. And there is a small cell phone tower on the corner of Bethards and Yalupa. There it is. All right, we are on Sonoma Avenue, almost to Yalupa. And we are just measuring the EMFs from that huge macro tower across from the Whole Foods. So we know we're far enough away in this neighborhood. I'm going to turn right here on Yalupa. and we'll see when we start to pick up a significant signal. There's the beast. Okay, I am holding here a wireless Bluetooth headset, and it is currently not switched on. It is off the dock, and as you'll see here, it's sending out infrequent pulsations of about 1,000 millivolts to 1,500 millivolt peak, and then it'll quickly drop down. But look what happens when I switch it on. And these are supposed to go directly into your ear. And back off. And then back on again. I'm here on 4th Street and Brighton Lane in front of another Verizon small cell phone tower with the 4-foot empennel antenna on the top of the pole. We are in very close vicinity to a lot of businesses and homes, and this thing is radiating 360 degrees, and it's very powerful. Right underneath the tower here, you can see that we're still above 1,000 millivolts per meter. 900, 800 to 1,000 millivolts per meter. And I'm going to go down to that corner where Proctor Terrace Elementary School is on the other side. We're just going to see how the signal strength is on that corner about 100 yards away or so. And here we are across the street from that antenna on Brighton Lane, right in front of Proctor Terrace Elementary School, and we are getting levels above 1,500 millivolts per meter. Because the lobe of this antenna falls down and hits this area probably the hardest. We'll just walk across the street here to Proctor Terrace. And we are being blocked from the direct line of sight from the antenna, but it's still going through the trees, as it's designed to do. And right in front of the Proctor Terrace School office here, a little further away from the antenna, we're still at levels above 600 millivolts per meter. If we just walk around a little bit, the signal will change above 1,000 millivolts. And depending on the angle and the trees and the wind and whatnot, we're going to be getting different levels. So above 1,000 millivolts per meter, right on the Proctor Terrace walkway, straight up into the office. Homes very close by, a lot of businesses all around this area. And this antenna that, let's see if we can see it from here, through the trees, is polluting this entire area. I am here on Grace Avenue in front of a PG&E pole that has a contract out with the city to place a small cell phone tower on it. You can see the pole has been replaced and is retrofitted to hold a cell phone tower. This neighborhood raised their concerns and actually hired a lawyer and fought against having this tower placed in it for good reason, and there is no tower placed there. We're not sure, there's not been a lot of transparency of if and when this pole will have a tower on it, but for comparison to the one about a mile away on Brighton and 4th Street, this neighborhood is currently sitting at very low levels of microwave radiation, about 12, 13 millivolts per meter. A lot different than it would be if there were a cell phone tower placed on that pole. Alright, we are here looking at just a typical mobile phone used in many homes and offices. Keep in mind that the deck that this thing goes into also emits RF energy.
Here we are with no dial tone, and we're at levels very low in this room, about 5 or 6 millivolts per meter. Go ahead and turn on the talk button and get a dial tone. And the phone will be emitting constant RF energy, microwave radiation. Whether you're making a call or not, as long as the talk button is on and there's a dial tone, this phone is putting off pretty high amounts of RF energy, about 13 volts, right next to where you put your ear on the phone. So, do the smart thing and use a corded landline phone whenever possible. These types of phones belong in the trash. We are here in Santa Rosa, California on Bonita Vista in front of this PG&E telephone pole that is contracted out currently with Verizon to place a small cell phone tower on the top of that pole there. You see this pole's been retrofitted, it's brand new. There are markings on the pole right next to it that have been there since last year, indicating what type of crew to do what on this pole. The people in this neighborhood were notified by myself and some others prior to the installation. We have doctors and attorneys and city employees on this street, and I don't think any of them wanted the small cell phone tower in front of their homes hanging over them 24/7, 365, emitting microwave radiation, unproven to be healthy. And there is no cell phone tower on this pole yet. We are not sure what the status is and if or when there will be a pole on here. But these residents stood up to City Council and expressed their concern and their opposition to having a small cell phone tower placed in front of their homes. City failed to publicly notify them, as they should have per their City Council policy and municipal code for wireless communications facilities. But we did, and they didn't want it. We are here today, you see, at very low levels of microwave radiation in the air. Getting a little bit of residual from probably home Wi-Fi's, but 10 millivolts per meter. Negligible amounts, very safe levels. And if there ever were a cell phone tower to be placed at this site, like there's a contract to do so, we will definitely come back and measure and look at the difference. Okay, we are here on Calistoga Road in Monteverde in Rincon Valley, Santa Rosa, California. And what we have here is a 2-foot Amphenol antenna, again only 25 feet off the ground. It is a Verizon quote-unquote small cell phone tower, but do not let the name fool you. It's a very powerful antenna, and it is putting out levels of microwave radiation here at ground level as high, if not higher, than those higher macro towers you see off the freeway. It is placed right next to several homes, and with the acousticom, you will see here we are sitting at ground level, far enough away from any Wi-Fi or cell phones to not be picking up any other readings, and we are around 3 volts per meter. This meter jumps up quickly. It goes from 1 to 3 to 6 volts at the very top. On the bottom here, it starts out at 0.01 volts and stays in the low millivolt range for a while. So you want the readings to be down at the lower end of this meter, below 60 millivolts. Okay, it's 60 millivolts is considered a safe environment when you take precautionary principles. Okay, we're going to use our other X-Tech meter here, again sitting across the street, kitty corner to this quote-unquote small cell phone tower. And we're going to keep this meter in the same units, consistent with the other meter to show in volts per meter. We're sitting at about 2,000 millivolts per meter. Again, which is equivalent to living right next to a macro cell phone tower. These are high levels. This is roughly the... We are here on King Street in Spencer in Santa Rosa, California, in front of this small cell phone tower placed in this nice neighborhood. And this cell phone tower is currently turned off. As you can see from the meters here, we are running at 20 millivolts and very low here on the acousticom. I'll turn the sound on the acousticom and you can hear it. And this pole is not turned on because I learned from the man in the truck fixing it that it is broken. So again, we are here today at 20 millivolts per meter, and we will come back soon and measure after this pole is fixed. And again, we're at 20 millivolts per meter here. Okay, we are back at this site on King Street in Spencer in Santa Rosa, California. And this tower has now been fixed and is turned on. Our prior levels of microwave radiation in the air in this neighborhood were at about 20 millivolts per meter, which are safe low levels. Today, with the tower turned back on, we are much higher. And as you can see from the meter here, we are at about 700 to 800 millivolts per meter here.
$95 out of every 100 American adults owns a cell phone today. And worldwide, 3 out of 4 adults now have cell phone access. The wireless industry is one of the fastest growing on Earth, raking in annual sales of $440 billion in 2016. But are cell phones safe? Well, a new investigation by the nation suggests that's a question that cell phone giants prefer you don't ask. The article by journalists Mark Hertzgaard and Mark Dowie is headlined, "How Big Wireless Made Us Think That Cell Phones Are Safe." The article notes that cell phones were first marketed to U.S. consumers in the 1980s without any government safety testing. Then, a decade later, one of the industry's own hand-picked researchers, George Carlo, reportedly told top company officials, including leaders of Apple, AT&T, and Motorola, that some industry commission studies raise serious questions about cell phone safety. On October 7, 1999, Carlos sent letters to industry CEOs urging them to give consumers, quote, the information they need to make an informed judgment about how much of this unknown risk they wish to assume. Instead, the Cellular Telecommunications and Internet Association reportedly tried to discredit Carlos' findings and had him physically removed from its premises during its annual conference in February 2000.
The Nation magazine investigation notes Carlos' story evokes eerie parallels with 2 of the most notorious cases of corporate deception on record, the campaigns by the tobacco and fossil fuel industries to obscure the dangers of smoking and climate change, respectively. For more, we go to San Francisco to speak with one of the authors of this new investigation, Mark Hertzgaard, the Nation's environment correspondent and investigative editor, author of 7 books, including Hot, Living Through the Next 50 Years on Earth. Mark, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about what you have found, what we do know about cell phone safety, and how dangerous are cell phones.
Let me emphasize, Amy, our piece is not saying that cell phones are safe or are not safe. Our piece is an investigative expose showing you how the cellular industry has worked for 25 years behind the scenes to convince you that cell phones are safe, when in fact, if you look at the independently funded science, the picture is a lot more mixed than that. And as you mentioned, there's that smoking gun letter, I should say, from George Carlo in 1999, telling the CEOs of all these big companies, look, this stuff is raising serious questions, especially about kids and cancer and genetic damage. And I think that's the real parallel with both big oil and big tobacco. In each case, these big companies were told privately by their own scientists that there's serious questions about your product, whether it be cigarettes or fossil fuels or cell phones. And in each case, those executives decided not to share that with the public, but rather to keep that information to themselves while telling the public and telling the press and telling policymakers there's no problem. There is a lot of evidence suggesting that we need to be a lot more careful about these cell phones. The World Health Organization has listed them as a possible carcinogen. And just last week, here in the United States, the National Institutes of Health had a major study peer-reviewed about cell phone radiation. And the peer-review scientists, who are independent of government, said that there was, quote, clear evidence, unquote, that cell phones can cause cancer. And that is something that you have not read in the American media. And I have to say that that's another part of this story, Amy, is how the U.S. news organizations and journalists have been hoodwinked yet again by a corporate propaganda campaign where we listen more to what the industry says than to what independent scientists are saying.
And Mark, could you talk a little about the way in which wireless industries have tried to influence the scientific research on the effects, possible effects of cell phone use?
Sure. The term that they use is wargaming. They have wargamed the science. That comes from an internal memo in 1994 from Motorola, a major cell phone manufacturer, which at that point was already facing lawsuits from customers claiming that their brain tumors had come from Motorola supplied equipment. Wargaming means a number of different things. It means funding science that is friendly to industry. It means discrediting science or attempting to discredit scientists that are critical of industry. And it means trying to put industry-friendly scientists on key advisory boards, such as the World Health Organization. And our piece in The Nation magazine documents how when the World Health Organization was preparing in the year 2011 to render a judgment on how likely cell phones are to cause cancer, the industry made sure to get a number of its scientists onto the advisory boards that consulted with the WHO on that decision. And that is contrary to the conflict of interest rules that the WHO has, but the industry managed to circumvent those. It put money into that process. And at the end of the day, in 2011, the WHO, World Health Organization, called cell phone radiation a possible carcinogen. But a number of the scientists who were on that committee, who we interviewed, said that they wanted to call it a probable. And one scientist even wanted to call it a known carcinogen. So later this year, the WHO is going to revisit this question of cell phone radiation, and they told us that they will look very carefully at this recent study from last week by the National Toxicology Program of the U.S. government that found clear evidence that cell phones can cause cancer.
Mark, you wrote the industry has also mounted a campaign to discredit Leonard Hardell, a Swedish professor of oncology serving on the working group. Hardell's studies, which found an increase in gliomas and acoustic neuromas in long-term cell phone users, were some of the strongest evidence that the group was considering. Gliomas, acoustic neuromas, explain what they are and what you feel has been suppressed or discredited.
Well, Leonard Hardell, the Swedish scientist you mentioned, Amy, he was the one scientist on that WHO committee who wanted to call cell phone radiation a known cancer risk. Not probable, not possible, but known. That would be category 1. And he did that on the basis of his studies of gliomas. They are a nasty brain tumor, brain cancer, partly because it's very difficult to treat them. It's not like a specific sort of nodule that you can take out. They kind of leak through the brain in long strands. And Hardell was especially concerned about what this means for children. And I should note here, Amy, that, the United States is quite different than other advanced countries on this. In Britain, in France, in Israel, the governments have issued very strict limitations on cell phone use by children. In the public schools in France, there are no iPads. There is no wireless, partly for the reasons of addiction, but also because of these concerns about health. And in the case of Leonard Hardell in Sweden, once he started to publish those findings in 2002, the industry immediately mobilized to have two of their industry-friendly scientists immediately put out a paper condemning Hardell. Well, we found out that those two scientists, at the very time that they were posing as independent scientists and saying that Dr. Hardell's findings were methodologically incoherent, they were consulting. They were consulting to Motorola as expert witnesses in a brain tumor case. So who are you going to believe?
Well, we have to leave it there, but we're going to do part 2 and post it as a web exclusive online at democracynow.org. There's just too much to talk about, from the Internet of Things, talking about 5G, and how the campaign here mirrors what happened with big tobacco. Mark Hertzgaard's new special investigation.
Okay, we're here on top of the Divisadero in San Francisco, and this city light pole has a cell phone tower on it, and it's one of the sleekest ones that I've ever seen in this really expensive neighborhood. This house, we're in front of a multi-million-dollar home right here, whose upstairs is a direct line of sight of that antenna. And here at ground level, we have our meters here. You can see that we are at about 700 millivolts per meter, just continuously from this level. And you'll see as we come up, if I walk up these stairs here, because we're getting more of the line of the transmission beam, we got up to over 1,000 millivolts per meter, 900 to 1,000 millivolts per meter, and it would continue to rise as we got higher and higher. So unfortunately for this person living in this house, they're being exposed to very high levels of microwave radiation continuously because of this city-owned light pole cell phone tower here. We are on Piner Road. We're turning right here on Piner Road from Peterson. And we're going to be heading towards a Verizon small cell phone tower on Piner Road here. Already picking up the signal pretty strong, even from this distance. It's going to be up here on the left. There it is. Right there. And as we get far enough away from it, we'll turn right here on Marlow Road. We're still getting hit from this distance. You'll see here, once we turn right on Marlow, get far enough away from that thing.
Hello, my name is Frank Clegg, and I spent over 40 years in the technology sector. My most recent position is a president of Microsoft Canada. In my career, I've seen the tremendous benefit that technology can provide. I've also seen the potential harm if technology is not implemented correctly. And I believe our current implementation of wireless technology is not safe. That's why I co-founded Canadians for Safe Technology and why I joined the business advisory group of the Environmental Health Trust. I am especially concerned about our current implementation of 5G wireless technology. And the more research I do and the more experts I talk to, the more concerned I become. Now, there's no doubt that there are benefits such as autonomous vehicle and faster download speeds. At the same time, I think there is potential harm. I think it's important that we understand that 5G is not just an incremental number on our cell phones. In fact, over 230 scientists and researchers from 41 countries around the world have formally written to the United Nations, their member nations, and the World Health Organization, expressing their concern over the planned rollout of 5G technology, especially for vulnerable populations such as children, pregnant women, and the environmentally sensitive. They have been joined by state legislatures and federal regulators who have asked the FCC to provide evidence that there is no harm from the rollout of 5G technology. There is no doubt that the engineers and businesses and companies that roll out technology are well-meaning. However, their focus is on being first to market and getting new products into the market as efficiently and quickly as they can. I am not aware of any research or studies by my industry or related industry that deal at all with the health or safety effects of wireless technology. Here are some important facts about 5G. 5G technology has not been tested. I am not aware of a single study that shows that 5G technology is safe. 5G, as in all other wireless technology, gives off radio frequency radiation, which is absorbed, in the human body and accumulates in the human body. One segment of 5G technology are millimeter waves. Millimeter waves are used by the US and Israeli government in their active denial systems, which are used for crowd control. And what they do is they provide a very painful reaction in the skin organs of the body. We have no idea what the impacts will be to human health if that kind of millimeter wave technology is used and we are exposed to it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are significant proven health effects from wireless technology and wireless devices. These include insomnia, headaches, fatigue, heart palpitations, all caused by exposure to wireless devices and the radiation from them. More serious symptoms and conditions include heart arrhythmia, infertility, tinnitus, numbness or tingling in the extremities, diabetes, cancer, and permanent DNA damage. Mental health is also impacted, with increased anxiety, depression, rises in ADHD and autism, mood swings, and emotional instability. In fact, all of these health factors and conditions have risen exponentially over the last 30 years, and hundreds of studies that show proof of biological harm from wireless devices. Most recently, in 2018, the National Institute of Health's National Toxicology Program released the findings of a 14-year, $25 million study that showed clear evidence of harm in terms of cancer and permanent DNA damage. This study, several months later, was verified by the prestigious Ramazzini Institute out of Italy, which found the same results. Now you may ask how a product that has this potential harm could ever be released to the market and to the public for public use. Well, the way the process works is the FCC regulates all wireless devices and products associated with them. Unfortunately, the FCC is made up of previous telecom executives, lawyers, and engineers. It does not have any scientists or doctors that you would expect to be involved with the regulation of potentially harmful products. In fact, the FCC guidelines are 20 years out of date without any major significant improvement. Countries such as China, Russia, Italy, and Switzerland have safety guidelines that are 100 times safer for their citizens. The FCC guidelines are based on small, short-term, infrequent exposure. They do not worry about the accumulated effects for multiple devices. They don't measure or monitor exposure 24 hours a day or 7 days a week. And they have no special consideration for children, pregnant women, or those who have shown environmentally sensitivities to wireless radiation. In addition to the concerns about the guidelines, there is actually no oversight provided by the FCC, and in fact the telecommunications industry is self-policing. So what we are left with is almost a Wild West scenario where the regulations and the guidelines are significantly lacking and the industry is left to its own accord to roll this technology out to the marketplace. In addition to the concerns about the FCC guidelines themselves, the Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996 prohibits any telecommunication company to be sued on the basis of the safety or health of their products. So in other words, there is no liability to the telecommunications industry of any of the impacts of their products. Just last week, the reinsurer Swiss Re came out with their annual forecast, and they specifically identified 5G technology as an upcoming insurable health concern globally over the next 3 years. There is also mounting evidence that the telecommunications industry knew about the potential impacts of RF radiation years ago. And in fact, we're starting to see some of the behavior from my industry similar to what the tobacco industry did over the last few decades. The telecommunications industry has over 500 lobbyists working in Congress and other areas of legislature protecting the industry. Together, all of these issues that I've referenced, plus the general lack of awareness in the general public, have led us to the situation where we are today. So where are we today? Today we currently have a significant amount of exposure in our homes, in our businesses, in our schools, and in most public areas we go to. Cisco has announced and predicted by 2030 there will be over 500 billion wirelessly connected devices in the world. That works out to be almost 60 devices for every person on the planet. Many states and cities around the world are debating and passing legislation about the rollout of 5G technology. And in fact, what we're seeing in the U.S. is at the federal and the state level, they're fast-tracking some of this legislation to support the rollout of 5G infrastructure. Unfortunately, this legislation seems to be taking away all individual rights and the rights of local towns and counties and cities and passing more power to the telecommunication companies. We believe this is a historic and precedent-setting power shift from the individual and state and local level over to an industry. In fact, many communities in the U.S. and around the world are passing moratoriums preventing the rollout of 5G technology until it is proven safe. 5G will impact you personally. There are designs that show the requirement for small cell 5G antennas as close as every third house in the neighborhood and could be as close as every 500 feet in public areas. The impact of that radiation at that level of frequency and intensity and power 24 hours a day and 7 days a week is unprecedented and is not understood. I've spent the last 5 years of my life, I've had the opportunity to meet with experts on a worldwide basis who have spent their careers studying the impact of wireless radiation and devices. I've also had the opportunity to meet with some of the great minds in the technology sector who have helped create these tremendous products that we use in our lives and provide tremendous benefit to us. I am convinced that there are safer alternatives available so we can have the best of both worlds. Technology that can provide the tremendous benefits, but technology that is safe. There is no incentive or motivation to provide the research and the funding to look for safer alternatives. So that's why it's up to us to help encourage that investment. That can be by asking our legislators to pass legislation, encouraging industry to do it, or it can be by us directly trying to advocate for change in the industry to allow them to become more responsible to provide safer technology that still provides tremendous benefit. We can't do this all on our own. We need your help. Here's what you can do. The most important thing is to get educated. We have provided a little bit of an overview and some of the scientific evidence that shows there's a potential harm. But now you have to take the initiative. There are some tremendous websites, Canadians for Safe Technology, the Environmental Health Trust, saferemr.com, and the Physicians for Safe Technology. There are also other resources that are listed at the end of this video. We encourage you to spread the word, share this information, share the video with your coworkers, with your family, with your friends, with legislators at the state and federal level. Even your local school boards can have an impact if they choose to engage. Ultimately, your knowledge is in your power, and your power is in your hands. I fundamentally believe we can have the best of both worlds. That is access to the technology and the tremendous benefits it provides, but in a safe manner. We are advocates for safe technology, not no technology. I thank you for your time.
Looking here at wireless headphones, you can see from the meters that we're at very low levels of wireless radiation, below 10 millivolts per meter. We're picking up a little bit of audio signal from the neighbor's mobile phone base station, but remains very low. So these are turned on but not hooked up to Bluetooth and not paired. So we pair them. Let's see if I can do this with one hand. Hold both buttons down. And they're now pairing. And now they're currently not hooked up, but that was the Bluetooth sound of them trying to communicate with a phone Bluetooth. So let's go ahead and turn the phone on, the Bluetooth on the phone on, and connect the earbuds and see how they sound and behave and levels they measure while listening to a recording. And now the Bluetooth is playing a recording. We'll go ahead and turn the Bluetooth back off.
It is very important because it is going to affect everybody. It is going to affect everybody, the men and the women, the children and the old, the rich and the poor, the people in the city and the people in the villages. And not just all of us. This radiation, which was not there 15, 20 years ago, is going to also affect our environment, our birds, our bees, our flowers, our farming. India has the second largest population in the world. China के बाद हमारी जनसंख्या सबसे ज़्यादा है इस दुनिया में और 65% of them are younger than 30 years old. 65% of them. Here, I want to quote Milind Devarji, and he said this about 4 or 5 years ago. We wouldn't want that 20 years down the line, we have an entire population of young children, young adults, old, suffering from various health effects due to our negligence, our inaction, or our ignorance. ये उन्होंने तब कहा था.
So we have to be very careful with small kids, pregnant ladies, and especially elder senior citizens because it can cause cancer. This is an awareness campaign. हम इस लोगों को, सिटीजन को, सबको जागरूक करना चाहते हैं, उनको इन्फॉर्मेशन देना चाहते हैं. ये जो रेडिएशन आज बच्चे जो खेल में गैजेट्स जो वाईफाई पे चलते हैं, हाथ में लेके घूमते हैं, उसमें इतना हाई रेडिएशन है.
हाथों में बैनर और पोस्टर लिए ये बच्चे रोहिणी के सेक्टर 13 के निवासी हैं, जो मोबाइल टावर से होने वाले रेडिएशन के
I have an interest in knowing what is safe for me and my children and the people in my household. Now, I'm simply making the point that as a citizen, I can... No, do not interrupt me. The reason why you can't understand what I'm saying is because you keep interrupting me and you're refusing to listen. My argument here is simply this, that I don't have power over those cell phone towers. I have power over the Wi-Fi router in my home, over the microwave, over the television, over the cell phone. I have power over all of these things. I don't have power over the tower. I cannot switch off the tower. Hence, I look to the government to make rules on my behalf. Now, Rajan Matthews is convinced, as he would be, being Director General of the Cellular Operators Association, that the government is doing its part, that it is looking after us and there is nothing to worry about. And that is the point of debate, because it seems to be a disagreement between the government of Karnataka and the government of India. The government of Karnataka seems to believe that there is reason to worry.
തുടർന്നാണ് ഗ്രാമസഭ വിളിച്ചുപെട്ടി നാട്ടുകാരെ മറക്കുകയാണ് പ്രാദേശിക ഭരണകൂടമെന്ന് വീട്ടമ്മമാർ ആരോപിക്കുന്നു.
ഇതുമൂലം ഒരുപാട് ആരോഗ്യ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വരുന്നുണ്ടെന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്.
स्थानीय कोठी में लग रहे टावर के विरोध में इलाका निवासियों ने जबरदस्त विरोध जताया. उन्होंने कहा कि उन्होंने इस संबंधी इलाका पार्षद व गलाडा
Okay, we're here looking at an iPhone 6, and we're going to be testing out the different antennas on the phone and how that affects the levels of microwave radiation. So we are currently on airplane mode, and so the phone is not transmitting any radiation. Go ahead and turn it off airplane mode, and you'll see immediately we start to get very high levels in the near field, peaking above 10 volts per meter. Now, if we look at the settings, we're going to go to cellular here. And cellular is where we control a lot of the different antennas. One of your options to continue using your smartphone and have your apps updated is to go to cellular data options and LTE. And you see currently it's Verizon LTE. But if we go ahead and turn that off, it'll switch the phone to 3G, and the apps will continue to update, but not quite as much radiation with just 3G. So probably the best option to use your smartphone is in this setting. And this is an iPhone. It's not the same for Androids and other cell phones, but this is just showing you an example. One of the other options we can do is to simply turn off the data. And when we turn off the data, what that does is it shuts off all of our smartphone capabilities in terms of apps, Facebook, email, Uber. We can't use those things. But with the data turned off, we can continue to use the phone for phone calls and text messages. When we want to use it as a smartphone, to use it safer, we can use an adapter like this. You see the name here, Lightning to RJ 45 Ethernet LAN network adapter. This is what I use. Ethernet cord plugs in there, plugs into your phone, and you can use your phone on airplane mode for your apps and whatnot. Now, a couple more antennas to look at here. We have our Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antenna. Now, because our Wi-Fi antenna is not on, we're not getting any radiation in the mode with the data turned off. But if our Wi-Fi remains on, it will still continue to radiate every once in a while to try to communicate with the Wi-Fi. So make sure that's off. Also, Bluetooth is off. But if we turn Bluetooth on, the phone will be looking for the Bluetooth device to connect to. So that is not a good antenna to have on. Neither is the Wi-Fi if we're not using Wi-Fi. So again, here we'll go to data. We'll turn our data back on. Look what happens. See the levels. If we go and turn our LTE back on, it's going to be even higher. You'll see it switch to LTE there. So just a few demonstrations and tips on how to use your phone with reduced exposure to microwave radiation. Jim, and he's wearing some AirPods, right? Yep. And we just want to test the levels of EMF coming from these AirPods. So I've never done that before. They're earpods or AirPods?
AirPods.
AirPods. Okay, cool. So here we are, and let's just see next to the AirPod, we get it up to about 2,000 millivolts. Cool. And then, can we take them off again? And just put them in between here, see if it changes. A little wider. Yeah. So it's a little higher actually on the outside, it looks like, right? They radiate out. They radiate out a little bit, so that's good. So in between them, it's about 700 millivolts. Cool. Do you know how these work?
Not really.
Yeah.
Not at all.
How the signal goes from your phone to the AirPods?
Not at all.
You ever thought about it? Huh?
Nope.
Okay. That's what we're measuring. We're measuring it's pulse data modulated microwave radiation, and that's how it works.
So it's the worrisome effect on the brain?
I don't know. Do you feel safe using it?
I mean, I wouldn't have thought otherwise. But, you know.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you just kind of trust Apple to make sure they're safe.
Yeah. I mean,
I would do your research.
Item 3.1, small cell installations on city light poles, and the presentation will be led by Eric McHenry, our Chief Information Officer.
So
facilities on city properties, which included light poles, it could include fire stations, it could include dedicated poles, but this policy was put in place about a year ago, focused on city property only. So it did not seek to address PG&E joint poles. And we showed this picture a year ago in February, and as you saw from the previous photo simulation from Fountain Grove, the one on the right is almost identical to what they would be like in Fountain Grove. So there's been some comment that staff Verizon inadvertently misled council, that this is where we're going, and this is what the stations would look like on city poles, consistent with a year ago. So this is a new map. This is a map that shows the location of the proposed small cells, both from Verizon and Mobility. And we've heard a lot about Verizon, but there's two other carriers. There's Mobility and there's AT&T. And I'll talk a little bit later. AT&T is very active in this space. They've contacted the city already, with the city of San Jose to install about 170 small cells in San Jose. And I expect that they will be coming here also to help improve service for AT&T customers. So what you can see from this is that the blue ones are the ones that are moving forward under PG&E, CPUC, and the red ones are the ones that are on pause right now, and these are on city streetlights. So again, I'm trying to just be clear of what's paused because a lot of confusion has been out there in the public, and this is an opportunity also to clarify with the public what was able to be paused. And so the city is unable to pause because of jurisdictional reasons, the wooden poles on the left, but we have paused the one on the right. And so anyway, I'll just pause there for a second. On private poles, as we've known, because of the CPUC, we're limited in local control over those poles. I wanted to show you some examples, though, of sort of what these things look like. This is from City of San Francisco, and on transit poles, they did put some on wood poles where they did not have steel poles. And here's some examples. These you'll recognize look very similar to what, in this case, Verizon is proposing here in our city, that on the left, and that's on Mason Street. Another example of an installation on Northview. Another example of downtown in Montgomery, it's kind of hard to see, and that's why I circled it in red. This is a transit pole before and after. Well, it's a sim. And so you can see the antenna on the top of the pole on the right side, and about halfway up the pole are the two radios that drive the antenna. So these are what some metal pole installations would typically look like in an urban environment, in any environment. Now, RF energy and interference, really the best we know is that, to the best of our knowledge, they present no significant public safety danger. And this really comes from other governmental agencies who have the staff, frankly, and the resources to do the investigation. So it's FCC. I wanted to share with you also, though, what we've done as a city. In general, these agreements have a clause in them, and the agreement states that small cells, any radiation, must comply with FCC regulations. And we were looking at what the city of San Francisco does, and they actually happen to have a Department of Public Health in San Francisco. They actually go out and measure these 320 some odd poles on a fairly regular basis, or on the basis of a complaint by a resident. And they found, I think, like one or two in the years they've done it that actually were outside the guidelines. So we feel, to the best of our knowledge, that these things are consistent, comply with federal regulations around RF energy. A little later, I'll share with you some more about the level of energy coming out of them. And I'm not an RF medical person, so you can take it with a grain of sort of the knowledge I can give to it. So taking a step sideways and looking at sort of why my boss to my left recommended we take a look at, and just reminding us of what's changed from 2005 to 2013. This is a picture during the 2005 Pope Benedict, the papal inauguration, the papal announcement, where, in those days no one had a cell phone. Nowadays, if you go to a concert, everyone has a cell phone. So they are dominant within our community, and that is why we need more coverage. And so that was one uncertainty. The other thing is that people didn't really understand how much radiation is coming off the top. That was probably it also. And so, as an example, I have some, before you, so let me just hold here for a second. They all have the antenna high, everyone. Some of them have them a little bit on the side, but very far up. And the reason why Verizon and the carriers do that is that they want the radiating element, the antenna, to be high off the ground to get better coverage. We're kind of the hilly city, and they need the antenna high. So in no cases do they radiate low. So the one over...
Save your comments, please.
City pole. I hope that was clear. I apologize. But so that's about as low as I've ever seen them on that pole on the side mount. And that's probably 30 feet, I'm guessing, or so, 30 to 40 feet.
To ensure that those test results will be public?
We did not address that one way or another in the agreement.
Would they be public under that contract? Do you know, Ms. City Attorney?
The FCC regulations are very severe, and any reasonable carrier, my personal opinion, will do everything they can to stay within the FCC regulations because there's significant...
My question was just about whether the results would be public.
The distance from the top of the pole does not apply to people underneath the pole, and it's because of the way the antennas radiate. The antennas generally radiate left and right, horizontally, and so ironically, if you're under the pole, you get less radiation than if you're a block away because it's right above your head.
Looking at here is a bed. Sleep environments are very important. Sleeping is when we heal. Our body secretes melatonin, which helps our bodies repair from all the insults we incur throughout the day. And studies have shown that non-native electromagnetic radiation decreases our body's secretion of melatonin, and we do not heal as well. We're in a room here and in a house with no wireless technology on. And even that being the case, we are at levels that are above ideal for sleeping. They still are low. However, you can see is what we're picking up here is our neighbor's Wi-Fi, and the house is right outside this window. And unfortunately, we have no control over this. So our sleep environment is not ideal to have this signal right next to where our heads would be. So in this situation, shielding can be an effective measure. And what we are looking at on the bed is actually a bed canopy, and it acts as a Faraday cage for your bed. And looks like a white mesh. It's actually made up of a white cloth material with silver intertwined with it. And these are not cheap. Unfortunately, they're about $1,000. I imagine they could be cheaper if there was higher demand for them. But for people in very densely populated areas, like apartment complexes and in cities, this might be a good option for you to create a healthy sleep sanctuary where your body can really heal. So again, we're at levels here, as you can hear from the Acousticom, the signal. It's definitely a significant amount. It's reading between 0.05 and 0.1 volts on the Acousticom. So in the next video, I'm going to hang the Faraday cage or bed canopy, and we will see if this thing actually works. So the canopy is now hung up, and this is a large bed, so it's kind of a tight fit, but it works well for demonstration purposes. And you can see that the neighbor's Wi-Fi is still on, so nothing has changed in that regard. Now we're going to go underneath the canopy, and you will see that the signal has pretty much gone away. So this canopy is very effective at lowering the amount of EMFs in this room. Here we are on Lomitas Road in Santa Rosa, California, and what you're looking at here is a small cell phone tower placed by Verizon a little over a year ago. We came to this site prior to the installation of the antenna, and the high-frequency electric current in the air from wireless technology was below 20 millivolts per meter. Here we are today with this cell phone tower turned on in the middle of this very nice neighborhood, and we are sitting at around 17, 18, 16, 1900 millivolts per meter. And this
signal travels hundreds of yards down this road here next to very nice apartments and small homes with plenty of families and children and pets being exposed to very high levels of microwave radiation 24/7 from this tower. These people, I know for a fact that several of these people on the street did not want this tower installed, but they obviously lost that battle, and unfortunately we're sitting here in a hazardous environment. Okay, we're here in this room at this computer station, and this room is very low levels of microwave radiation, 5 millivolts per meter. I would be very comfortable spending long periods of time in this room in terms of the microwave radiation. The wired mouse is working well, and the wire is really not an inconvenience to me at all. To the left here we have a wireless mouse, and I will put the battery in. The mouse is connected to the computer, and we turn it on and show that the mouse is working on the computer, and our levels of microwave radiation have just drastically changed in this room. We are sitting now above 1,000 millivolts per meter, which is just insane to change your environment this much just to have the convenience of wireless. As I scoot back about 3 or 4 feet, I'm still at higher levels. And it seems that without using the mouse, the signal will turn off. Bring it closer. So again, as with most other technology, distance is the friend with these things, but the problem is you're holding on to the mouse with your hand. So your arm is being exposed to significant levels. Again, here we start to move it, and we hear the GPS on the mouse kicking up. Over 1,000 millivolts, very close to the mouse, a few feet away. Drops down. Again, where my hand would be, jumps back up. Again, so wires are really not that inconvenient. Is it really worth it to change your environment this much just to have the convenience of wireless technology? And we talk about mouses here. Think about wireless keyboards, wireless headsets, any other thing that you would have at your desk that can be wired. You should do that in order to keep your environment safe. Okay, so we're going to look at a Fitbit. So this one just stays at the level that it's peaking at, right? So it doesn't go down. So that's about a volt. This one's showing, so it's not on all the time. It's just shooting out periodically that level.
How many gigahertz?
It's probably 2.4 gigahertz is the frequency.
Okay.
But this is the strength, the signal strength. So that's in volts per meter that it's measuring. All right, it's back on. So there's Wi-Fi inside this classroom here, and it's, I don't know where it is, there's some router in this class, but these kids, you can guarantee that the levels are a lot higher than 100 millivolts, which they are at the window here. And you can pick up the sound of the acousticon. And we'll just back up away from the window here. And that's the type of electromagnetic environment we're putting our kids in. That's 2.45 and 5 gigahertz. So 2.45 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz are the frequencies that's being used in these classrooms for Wi-Fi. And that's your typical Wi-Fi sound. That choppy helicopter type sound is what it'll sound like on an acoustic meter, and that you can pick that up as being Wi-Fi. We are here in Santa Rosa on the top of Fountain Grove Parkway, where there was a lot of fire devastation. We are in a neighborhood that is currently being rebuilt, and I've always been interested in these cell phone towers that are placed very close on this large water tower. The power supply to those towers are down below to the right there, and at this point, right in front of Fire Station 5, we are getting continuous levels of about 2.5 volts per meter. So, very high from this point. You can see we have a fire hydrant here, which will act as a little bit of a shield. You see here, if I go behind the fire hydrant, walk from the line of sight, go back up towards the tower, you can see it's coming from that direction. So these homes here are going to be exposed to continuous microwave radiation from these towers. I'm not sure how long they've been here, but I suspect they've been here for quite a while. But just so everyone's aware that this is the electromagnetic environment right underneath these towers. I don't have a solution for it. We all need cell phone coverage, right? But do you really want to be exposed to these levels of radiation 24/7? Okay, we're going to look here at a microwave oven. Microwave ovens run off 2.45 gigahertz, which is the exact same frequency as Wi-Fi. And we're here at about 17 millivolts per meter. And you can hear on the Acousticom picking up a little bit of background from a neighbor's mobile phone and Wi-Fi router. So we're going to go ahead and turn the power on. And I want you to remember that the FCC safety standards, safety limits, are 61 volts per meter. So that's 61,000 millivolts per meter. As long as it's under that, the United States government considers radio frequency safe. So let's go ahead and use the microwave here and see what we get. Let's put it to 10 seconds and turn it on. So 35 volts, 25 volts, 30 volts, right next to the microwave. Only 50% of FCC safety limits, about 2 inches away from a microwave. So, just some perspective for you. And here on Hyde and Clay Street in San Francisco, and in front of us we have a small cell tower which is not very high off of the ground. And it is unfortunately right in front of that apartment complex. From ground level here, we're at very high levels, over 2,000 millivolts per meter, about 1,800, 2,100 millivolts per meter. Another small cell on Clay Street, right in front of apartments. We're here about 600, 700 millivolts per meter, but it'd be much higher from that apartment. Here in San Francisco on Clay Street, and this is a small cell phone tower on the city light pole in front of apartments here. And unfortunately for those people living in the apartments, they're going to be exposed to very high levels of microwave radiation, as are the people just sitting here on the street. We're at about 700 millivolts or so right at the street. Relatively low powered antenna, but still way too close to where those apartments are. Another small cell here in San Francisco, way too close to an apartment complex. We're here at ground level at about 900 millivolts per meter, kitty corner to that small cell phone tower. San Francisco, small cell phone tower, right there on that light pole. Go ahead and slow down a little bit for me. In front of that apartment. Wow. Okay, we're in San Francisco on the Divisadero here, on the top of the Divisadero, and this really nice neighborhood, multi-million-dollar homes all around us. This home in particular is really close to this cell phone tower on this street light.
The distance from the top of the pole does not apply to people underneath the pole, and it's because of the way the antennas radiate. The antennas generally radiate left and right, horizontally, and so ironically, if you're under the pole, you get less radiation than if you're a block away because it's right above your head. So in no cases do they radiate low. So the one over... Save your comments, please.
Your road directly below this Verizon small cell, and we are at levels above 2,000 millivolts. And here we are, about a block away from that same cell phone tower. And we are at levels still very high, but below 2,000 millivolts. Here we are on Fulton and West College, right underneath this Verizon small cell phone tower, and the levels of microwave radiation at this point are about 14 to 1,500 millivolts per meter. And here we are about a block away from the Fulton Road and West College Verizon small cell tower, and we are still at high levels of microwave radiation, but we are now at about 600 to 700 millivolts per meter. On Lomitas Avenue, in front of this Verizon small cell, right underneath it here, the antenna on top, and we are at levels of microwave radiation about 1,400 millivolts per meter. That is the battery pack and radios on the bottom. That battery box is a backup battery box and will last 4 hours. So that gives you a perspective of how much energy that antenna is putting out into the air. And about a block away here on Lomitas Way, still at very high levels of microwave radiation, about 1,000 to 1,200 millivolts per meter. The levels stay very high down this entire road. This is a very powerful antenna. Here on King Street, directly underneath this Verizon small cell phone tower in this nice neighborhood, and we are at levels steadily above 1,000 millivolts per meter. About a block away from the tower on King Street, and the levels of microwave radiation remain high, but just below 1,000 millivolts. They are high all the way up and down this street.
The City Council today was not given the best advice by the City Attorney and City staff. The City Council was not given the most accurate information today. I'm trying to give you accurate information. These antennas have lobes. They're not perfect. They don't go out to the horizon. These antennas have lobes that reach the streets. Just look at the power specs. Mr. McHenry said 100 watts 3 or 4 times. Hello? Talk to Amphenol, the manufacturer of the antenna. 2,200 watts. That's the rated power. And guess what? It doubles that. 4,400 watts is what can come out of those antennas. These are powerful antennas. They are way too close to where people live, sleep, and heal.
Okay, I'm on the corner here of Bethards and Yulupa in front of this Verizon cell phone tower, and the power is out in this area, and the cell phone tower is not on. So that battery box right there on the pole has emptied. It lasts 4 hours, so not that great in the case of an emergency when the power's out for any longer than 4 hours. We're going to lose cell service. So one of the things that Verizon loves to talk about when putting these in is how valuable they are in cases of emergency. But this one is not in use right now.
Millimeter wave massive MIMO is different for fixed wireless access versus mobility. For the fixed wireless access case, obviously the target is stationary. It's your home. Think of the beam from the millimeter wave access point as a fire hose of data that jumps quickly from one home to another, filling up the data buffer there, storing data for streaming of video and for browsing of the web. The beam jumps from home to home, serving up each home's data needs. So basically you have a gigabit per second fire hose of data jumping from home to home in milliseconds. From an overall industry and antenna perspective, I think there are a couple of interesting things to watch. For sub-6 gigahertz massive MIMO, will the spectral efficiency gains outweigh the additional cost of the antenna, the reduction in reliability, and the cost of using up additional tower space? For millimeter wave, there are going to be many challenges. Just the amount of densification that's needed, the number of base stations, the issues with handset blockage, and the dense radiation from the handset antennas. There's going to be a lot of issues to solve, but I am confident that they're solvable.
Damn! 6 volts just driving by, dude. 6? Yeah, 6,000 millivolts.
That's the highest reading I've ever
That
seen.
was, dude. That was, yeah. I heard it too.
Okay, I am here on Lincoln Elementary School's campus. Lincoln Elementary School is right behind me there, and that is a small cell phone tower between those trees on Link Lane in that neighborhood. And just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to show you from this point, when we're in direct line of sight of that antenna, we are getting levels 600 to 700, oh, even 1,000, up to 1,000 millivolts per meter in direct line of sight. And look what happens when I go behind the trees. You will see that the trees will indeed block a significant amount of the electromagnetic radiation. Fortunate for the kids playing on the field here, but unfortunate for the trees themselves and the insects and birds on the trees and in the trees. Again, we walk back in direct line of sight. Got an antenna. To further the point, we'll just go to the side here again. Show that the trees do indeed block the signal, whether good or bad. Also demonstrates why people are talking about the need for 5G to require a lot of trees to be cut down. Good news is for the kids, they can hide behind the trees and be safer. And I say that sarcastically. Okay, in this demonstration, I'm going to try to give you an idea of the really shockingly different amount of RF energy emitted from an old 3G dumb phone here. This is a Pantech, an LG Pantech, versus an Apple smartphone. This is an iPhone 6. And keep in mind that iPhones, or smartphones rather, have only been used by the majority of people since 2012, so less than 10 years. They first came out about 2008, and the majority of people, again, didn't start using them less than 10 years ago. And I really want you to keep that in mind when you think about just the general health of our society and the people you know and how they have aged in the last decade. So we'll go ahead and start with the iPhone here, and we're at levels about 9 millivolts, 10 millivolts per meter. Go ahead and turn on the sound of the Acousticom here to get a better idea of what's happening. So go ahead and go to our settings here and turn off airplane mode. So you immediately peak 9 volts, 10 volts, 12 volts per meter as the phone is working to update all the apps, emails, do all the things the smartphone does. And even when not in use, smartphones continually radiate microwave radiation
in order to communicate and keep everything updated. Go ahead and just hop on Safari here and see what happens. $18 volts, 13 volts. Go ahead and turn off the screen. And just show, even when not in use, smartphones are transmitting. Okay, and that will continue to happen as long as the antenna is turned on. Go ahead and turn this phone back on airplane mode, and it will jump up real quick before it goes back to sleep. And now the antenna on the smartphone is turned off, and we'll drop down here to our normal background levels. Now let's take a look at the old dumb phone here and see if I know how to work this thing. We will go ahead and go to our settings on here, menu, settings, and you'll see that we're currently on flight mode on the bottom. Let's go ahead and turn the dumb phone off of flight mode and see what happens. As high as we get is about 0.7 volts at its peak, and that's it. So when the dumb phone is not in use, it does not transmit. The only time a smartphone will transmit is when it makes a call. And even then, it's not very high. As you'll see here, we'll go to dial, see recent calls, and we'll make a phone call on the dumb phone here. Okay, we'll go ahead and turn this guy off again. And we'll go to menu, settings, turn it back on airplane mode. And you'll see that we're back to our normal levels again. Let's look at the iPhone here, or the smartphone again. And we'll try to make the same call on the smartphone. So, as you can see, quite a dramatic difference in the amount of exposure of microwave radiation we've had in the last 10 or so years with the introduction of smartphones and really having these things on us pretty much 24/7.
Janice Bradshaw, followed by Alan Thomas.
Hello, my name is Janice Bradshaw, and I'm a concerned homeowner in Santa Rosa. And the reason I'm here today is because I am concerned about the additional rollout of hundreds of small cell towers. There are thousands of peer-reviewed studies that show harm to health, including cancer, mental problems, DNA damage, reproductive harm, and many others. And I'm especially worried about our children. I have 2 grandchildren, and I'm very worried about their health. Children have thinner skulls and smaller bodies, so radiation is absorbed 3 to 10 times deeper than in an adult. We need to be cautious and not roll out more cell towers until independent research proves safety. I would like to submit some recent 2019 studies into the public record that show mental problems like ADD, ADHD, depression, anxiety, memory problems, insomnia, violent behavior, suicide, headaches, cognitive impairment, reproductive harm, damages sperm, disruption of hormones, decreases hormones. There's also a national toxicology program that found clear evidence of cancer. There's the bioinitiative reports that reference more than 3,800 peer-reviewed published studies that show it jeopardizes health. So I think we need to be cautious, and I think we need to really study these effects before we just roll them out. And some of the studies that I have here, there's one that was from September 2019. It's about the mobile phone base station towers, settings adjacent to school buildings, the impact on the students' cognitive health. There's one here about long-term exposure to electromagnetic radiation that induces stress and anxiety. Cognitive neurochemical consequences, radiation that affects amyloid precursor proteins and metabolism. There's one here that talks about the male reproductive harm or the sperm. And I have one here that shows also about the effect it has on hormone profiles. This study showed a significant decrease in cortisol, thyroid hormones, and testosterone levels. So thank you very much for your time. And
thank you for your time and attention. I'm here again in preparation for the December 10th study session on the further installation of 4G, 5G cell phone towers throughout our city. I just want to share some more information with you guys. First of all, these towers are not for making voice calls and text messages, okay? They're thousands of watts. It takes a fraction of a watt to cover a city block for voice data. That's not what this is about. This is a real estate and power grab for future 5G technology. Currently, these towers are running 4G, 2.1 gigahertz to be precise. Very powerful. Within 1,500 feet radius, people are being exposed to extremely high levels of microwave radiation. But whenever they want, they can come and put a phased array 5G antenna on those poles. And that's what this is for. 5G requires millimeter waves. Verizon just purchased for lots and lots of money 28 and 39 gigahertz, okay? In order for that frequency to work, they need to have cell phone towers everywhere, within hundreds of feet of each other. That's what this is about, okay? This is about AI and creating a market for future technology like self-driving cars. This is an Orwellian society coming true, and the buck stops with you guys. They have the right as a telephone company, and they're going to come and cite some 1800s law that they have the right to provide telephone service. Fine. Allow them to do that. But they don't have the right to come and put 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 watt antenna to provide video service and all these other things that the Telecommunications Act and whatever law they're referencing does not give them the right to do that. I'm going to give you guys some important information here into the public record. One is a document from the U.S. government from 1998, a literature review on the biological effects of millimeter wave technology, the kind that Verizon's going to come put on these poles. Because once they have a contract for the pole and their equipment, they can do whatever they want to that pole. They can put an antenna on whenever they want. They can increase the power as long as it's under the FCC guidelines of 61,000 volts per meter, which is established from the 1950s and is irrelevant. I have another document here. This is from the Navy from the 1970s, and there are lots of recent studies. This is an important document for people who are in the know. This has over 2,000 references. This is what the U.S. Navy knew about the effects of microwave radiation back then. Mr. Olivares, Ms. Fleming, you referenced your kid and your grandkid. Do yourself a favor, read this, okay? Please, for them, for us, for your constituents. And a few other scientific studies here, specifically on 5G and millimeter waves. I hope you guys get a chance to look at these and actually do some research. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Laporta, followed by Kim Schroeder.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kim Schroeder, and last week I spoke as a Montgomery parent concerned about the cell tower in front of our school, Montgomery. That was a quick 3 minutes, and I just wanted to add a few things before the upcoming study session. The following cities: Contra Costa, Danville, Davis, Mill Valley, Monterey, Napa, Nevada City, Oakland, Orinda, Palo Alto, Petaluma, San Francisco, San Jose, San Rafael, Santa Cruz, Sebastopol, Sonoma, Kentfield, Fairfax, Sacramento. The list goes on. There are many more in Northern California and throughout the state and U.S. working toward, and many have already established ordinances to protect our neighborhoods and schools from invasive cell towers. These cities are taking steps to protect their residents, and we need our city to do the same. Our community is very fearful right now with fires we've had, and we are resilient. However, people are scared. The red flag alerts, power outages continue to trigger the PTSD, and it's difficult to relax these days. The thought of another dangerous threat of high-level dense radiation entering homes and schools is also making people scared, not to mention the privacy issues, decline in property value that we'll have. We need to give our residents another reason to stay in our great community. In talking with friends, families, neighbors, I'm finding that people don't want these in their neighborhoods and schools. And they want the choice. Small cells are not small. In fact, most people don't even know that this is coming. I live in Bennett Valley, and poles are contracted to go along Summerfield south of Hohen. That entire corridor would be radiating in nearby neighborhoods, including Bennett Valley Montessori Preschool. I, of course, am concerned about all neighborhoods in Santa Rosa, and the contracted poles are dispersed throughout. I recently learned that some neighborhoods hired attorneys before the first group of small cell towers went in almost 2 years ago. They managed to keep towers out of those neighborhoods so far. Those who had no idea or couldn't afford an attorney got the towers. All neighborhoods should be safe in our community regardless of financial status. If we really want to be a smart city, we should have safe, efficient, and more reliable equipment than so many wireless towers that require electricity. Wired internet, fiber optic cable is faster, safer, private, secure, way more efficient, and doesn't have the massive carbon footprint that these so-called small cell towers do. I know our city supports fighting the climate crisis and being a green city. We want to be a city that attracts and retains businesses, but it makes sense to do it in a way that is in our citizens' best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Mortensen, followed by Lisa Lamb.
Hi, I'm very concerned about your plan to install over 100 small cell towers in Santa Rosa, of which 25 have already gone up with inadequate notice to the public. The FCC issued a rulemaking order on March 30th, 2018 to expedite the deployment of densified 4G, 5G, and other advanced wireless facilities, what the FCC calls small cell facilities. This order exempted all of these 5G facilities from two kinds of previously required review: historic preservation review under the National Historic Preservation Act and environmental review under the National Environmental Policy Act, called NEPA. On August 9th, 2019, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit vacated the FCC's rulemaking order. I submit to public record a link to this case. The legal effect of vacating the FCC's rule necessarily means that the prior rule was reinstated, and any actions taken on the basis of the vacated rule have to be reconsidered under the terms of the prior rule. So the prior rule required the FCC to apply NEPA to the construction of 5G facilities. Consequently, it is not lawful for any such facilities to be constructed without prior NEPA review. While other actions of Congress and the FCC have attempted to circumscribe the city's authority over the construction of densified 4G, 5G facilities, in light of the court's decision, the city is now within its rights in requiring the sponsors of densified 4G, 5G facilities to provide evidence that the FCC has conducted a NEPA review prior to approving any request for construction. Moreover, inasmuch as the court's decision vacated the FCC's rule, the decision applies nationwide and its effect is not limited to the District of Columbia. by simply writing a letter to the wireless carriers and their agents declaring all of their wireless facility applications are incomplete, the city will stop all shot clocks and give the city the time it needs to update its municipal code to provide safer, faster, and more reliable data connections by doing the following. Regulate conditions to preserve the quiet enjoyment of streets in the city. To achieve this, by writing a local protective ordinance that limits the maximum effective radiated power output from wireless facilities. I can't see how much time I got. 21 seconds. Okay. For any fiber optic cables installed in the public rights-of-way, require that the public have access to a junction box at the base of each facility, allowing city residents to directly connect to this fiber optic goodness via wire. This is the best choice for routing big data.
Okay, I'm here at Parkview Apartments in Santa Rosa off of Piner Road, and I've been to this site before. I'm just going around again trying to raise awareness and let these people know of the upcoming Santa Rosa City Council meeting on December 10th at 2:30 p.m. to go over the future installation of 5G in small cells in Santa Rosa. And I have hidden myself around the corner and underneath this roof to find a place where the signal is not insanely strong, just to get an idea of how powerful even a smaller like half mount small cell is, the ones that are halfway up the pole and only 2 feet tall. And that's what's at this site, but it's only 25 feet off the ground. We're going to start walking toward, just bear with me for a minute here, and we're going to see what happens to the levels of RF energy in the air. We're already at about 30 millivolts per meter, and again, we're hidden by these apartments and the trees. They're blocking quite a bit of the signal. But as soon as we turn the corner here, there's the tower. And we're already at 1300 millivolts per meter. And you'll see what happens as we get closer. So this entire embankment of apartments to the left is being showered with this energy. Just gonna go into the parking lot here. You see on the side of the tree there. So a good 70 or so yards away, we're at now 2,000 millivolts per meter. We got some people here moving into their nice new apartment right underneath that tower.